Morning, everybody. Put Botland online. Actually, you know what? Let's make sure I'm actually streaming. Yeah, okay, cool. I did. Nice, I know how to click buttons. Hey everyone, Kazoos, Hideo, Spurman, Soul Sorcerers, DJ, Tembroya. How is it going? We're gonna start everything up. It will be yesterday's version. And yeah, I see this, but I don't know who it was. Is there a way for me to know that? Let me take a quick look. No, I don't know. Yeah. Alright, so yeah, edit today, put Botland online, edit changes. Actually, there are no changes. And then get on with the stuff. The stuff. Wednesday. Adam is putting Botland online right now. Then I'll edit this. And Perry. Also, something I gotta remember to do is in the reject handler of the spreadsheet thing, make sure to set status to not loaded. Hey, my uncle, and Haley. So by the way, here are the stats from yesterday. The matchmaker was online for almost 8 hours. There were 30 players being tracked. We had 361 people click the attack button. And that worked out to about 3/4 of a game per minute. So I think for Botland to be popular, this number would have to go up to like above 100. So yeah, we only need to multiply it by about 100. Then we're good. But that's not really a goal of right now. That's the thing. Finding new players. So alright, let's connect. Clear IPs, AWS. Alright. So this process is made a lot easier by these scripts and everything that I've been working on. There. And that's basically it for now. So let's edit the real today command. Oh. Adam is improving the load times of play.bot.land today by splitting up code and reducing how many images have to load at first. If there's time after, he'll work on UI. Which actually, one of the things I want to do sooner rather than later is fix that offset issue. It looks very unprofessional. Do I have a link directly to how to play? Whoops, that's not even correct. How to play. A shorter link. Google. Did you buy your Ergodox already built, or did you get it like it? It was actually a gift from Monadic Bind, who, if he's going to be here, would be here in the next half hour. Okay, what am I linking to? What's new? Yeah, okay, and then we need this. How to play Botland. Copy. Great. Hey bears. So that's done, this is on its way to being done. Yeah. You know, it'd be kind of nice to know how close to done it is based on past run times. But anyway, that's fine. So now we need to set the number of game server clusters, and then we get to work for today. Done. So there it is, a game server. So we'll just close out of these things for now. Now, I have some interesting news for you guys. And I'm only going to share this right now, and then you guys shouldn't share it again. But you guys are clearly into watching the stream since you're here early. But you know those bots that I have for the follow notifications? Can I show you guys these? These ones? Well, this one in particular is probably going to be a bonus cosmetic skin that only longtime Twitch followers get. So there, that is the news. So yeah, what I'll probably do is this. I'll probably do something like the follow age of basically everybody, and if you've either had, it's something like if you've had like 20 plus hours in chat, or if you followed for more than a year, then you get that skin. Something like that. How long is a long time viewer? Yeah, I haven't totally decided on this. And also that means I need to code in cosmetics that only some people can get and that you can't buy. So yeah, I need to set up all of that stuff. Hey, Pawn. 2 days. 20 plus hours is actually not that much. I will show you this list again. I don't know if you were saying it's not that much or that you think it's a lot. But at least, yeah. I mean, the top 250 have 85 or more. So if we extended this list downward, who was it? Blue Duck was there? Let's go take a look. Time, filter by this. So this should be, yeah, this is the same ranking. And this worked out to be, what, 85 days? So this is probably number of seconds. So divided by 60 divided by 60. Or 85 hours, I meant. Yeah, so what we need to find is 20 times 60 times 60. So 72,000, whoever's above 72,000. Which is a lot of people, apparently. Yeah, so right here. So yeah, 820 people would get it. By that logic. But anyway, I don't know if it's... I don't know how I'm going to do it exactly. So we'll see. I won't stop until number 11. How can you view your chat time? Yeah, you can just type time. And by the way, this is not like as of right now you need to have that. This is a tentative plan, and it would be as of like 4 or 5 months from now. Hey FO, welcome back. He was here though? Obviously he wasn't. He was testing you. I whispered him saying, hey, can you ask EJ to see if he'll answer you? And you did. Please demod yourself. Alright. Please don't demod yourself. Alright, the game's online. Hey, Reality-O. And thanks. And thanks for the bits. Adam's playing mind games. Alright, the game should be online. I'm gonna actually play at least one game. What is Liquidor doing? Lasers, reflect. I don't think I need reflect. Yeah, in fact, having reflect might be a hindrance. You know what I should do? I know what I should do. Blind melee. Can you blind fire melee? Yeah, you can specify a direction. Interesting. Just trying to help friends even though they make fun of me for using hyper. Yeah, you tried. Okay, here's what we'll do. So if melee will work, just use it. If melee won't necessarily work, so at the end of this, we're going to do this. An 80% chance to use it downward. We're going to try to exploit Liquidor's script. And then the rest of it will just be figure it out. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Now we're going to put melee level 3, shield level 3, and thrusters level 1. And we'll put this here, here, here. And we shall see how this works. He's surrounding me. Yeah. That did not really work that well, huh? No, it did not. Alright, well that was silly. Maybe we could probably should have had an artillery bot in there or something. Oh, now I only get 2 bots. Alright, well, Liquidor wins again. Yeah, that's too bad. The fix to acceleration missile is not pushed yet? No, that is fixed. Seems like a lot of people are enrolled in the game. I don't know about a lot. I mean, I could find out. We could do this. Alright, and then we get the password. Hey Rockstar, I'm doing well. I'm looking forward to getting a lot of this work done today. I hope I can get it done today. So we've had 55 people sign up for accounts since Monday. Although, well, not 55 people because there are some duplicates here. But yeah, like probably 50 people signed up for accounts. And before that, I think it was about 300 for 3 weeks. So every week it turns out to be about 100. But yeah, who knows? Who knows what we'll end up with. Also, like I said, it's not really a goal right now to spread this to more people. Okay, interesting though. I'm pretty sure I did not expect this to happen. If you try meleeing in a direction and it turns out there's an enemy 2 tiles beneath you, you will charge into them? I don't know if that's... Test what happens when there's a cloaked target 2 tiles away and you blind melee in that direction. Hey, Liquidor. Okay, so this is done. We need to work on this. Gonna pick up right where we left off. Okay, so let's close out of all of these things. Let's just start. Yeah, that we're gonna keep actually, and probably that too. But the rest of this we can close. Okay, so back to work. We have a reject handler here, and before we actually reject this, we've got to do this. Spreadsheet data dot status equals client constants. There. Oh, nice, Rockstar. What was it? Okay. Yeah, so this looks good. This should hopefully work. Let's try launching the game. Yeah, that didn't work. It's probably trying to find something that doesn't exist. Oh no, it's just not going to set up those images. But this didn't finish either. Okay, I can log in, but like I said, never actually got this working. Huh. So we don't need any of that code there. So previously what happened was we'd called this function. Oh, now we don't have any of the sprites loaded. So it probably tries using these and just can't. Yeah, this is where things get challenging. So let's go make everything asynchronous. Synchronous function to get JSON data about a sprite sheet. This will be loaded even if the sprite sheet itself isn't loaded. This is a string and it returns an object. Okay, so get or download sprite sheet is asynchronous. Get sprite has been made asynchronous. Get sprite data. This technically will not work. Yeah, this won't work. Hang on a second. Alright, sorry about that. It's frustrating at the beginning, but with the final version, it was really good to code with. It's an application for call centers with soft phone. Oh, nice. Yeah, nice. And congrats on getting it done. It's a big accomplishment. So add sprite sheet does this. So then this stuff won't necessarily have been added. And then this needs to be asynchronous as well. What do you think of my horizontal line defense? I think I need to figure out how to beat something like that. Because I'm sure it's possible with basic hardware. I'm just not sure what to do. I'll have to figure it out. Well, I hope so, Rockstar. I usually find setting up a project is the hardest. After that, it's fun. Yeah, setting precedents is what's hard. Then using things that you've already set up isn't so bad. So get colorized sprite. This can't work anymore. Not this way. So how about this? Let's do this in a better way. Let's start with get sprite, then get colorized sprite, and then compose bot. So yeah, we'll start with get sprite. Actually, get sprite is already done. Yeah, get sprite is already done. Well, the definition is done. Colors aren't. Yeah, all that Webpack garbage. Okay. So this is mostly contained 23 matches. Yeah, I gotta think of a better pattern for this. Can anyone explain to me why game devs make game save and app data? I think on Windows that makes the most sense. But I think that's something that, let's see, Windows app data Roman. Yeah, this is the important part. They're machine independent and should roam with the user profile. So that's probably why they use it. But now it's just, that's it. That's where that stuff goes. Yeah, something like this can't work unless I make everything asynchronous, or I asynchronously add this sprite to this, which would mean not everything would have a sprite. When it comes to associating a sprite with an entity, I will probably just not add the sprite until the sprite, the underlying sprite, is ready. This better not break everything. So camera.render. Yeah, maybe it won't. I'll need to test this out. So we need to do something like this. This dot sprite sheet dictionary. I mean, I guess technically this doesn't finish until we've done that. Huh. Yeah, I was gonna say you should be able to change that, Fuzzy. I hope so, at least. This dot sprite sheet dictionary. So it's gonna be this. Projectile sprite. Where do we use this? Right here. Source pixel X and source pixel Y. Oh man. Yeah, this stuff all needs to happen here. Well, this could, oh no, we need the width and height. Yeah, we need to do that. This is probably going to break a lot. Well, you could always uninstall those games, I guess. Or maybe, yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, maybe you could look it up, Fuzzy. Maybe there's some solution out there for this sort of thing. So this is if we manage to create it. I'm not sure what we'll do whenever any of this fails. Like, retrying would be the greatest thing. But if it fails, I'm not sure how we'll exactly do that. Figure out what to do when fetching a sprite sheet fails. Yeah, that's true, Fuzzy. I guess that won't really be an option, huh? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe you could symlink your roaming directory to something else. I'm not sure. Okay, well, there's one instance of this. All of these are going to have to follow the same pattern. Yeah. Yeah, it's going to be tough. So what this means is it's not actually until you try. Okay, you know what we should probably do is when you're going to go into the arena, we do preload these things before we allow you to go into the arena. That way we never have these be asynchronous. They'll just exist there. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's the best thing. When entering the arena, make sure to download sprite sheets that will almost definitely be necessary, e.g. projectiles, zapper, etc. In fact, we should know upon entering that that's going to happen, and that would make all of this work without a hitch. But if we didn't have it and we wanted it on demand, hopefully we can do things this way. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of work to get this operational today. So we want this here. Yeah. Yeah, I think this is pretty crazy. We could bypass all of this, like I said, by just making sure we've loaded all the right sprites by the time we get to the arena. That's probably the best way to do this. But can we really change this API? I guess we can. I guess I need to do this. We'll never run into cases where entities don't have the components we expected on them. Soul Sorcerers, that's a really bad idea. I don't know if people on Twitch have done this. I don't know if people in real life have done 24-hour streaks of coding, but this is a bad idea. The only time 24-hour streams are even something you should consider is, I think, if you're doing gaming, and then you need to line up everything, like meals and your plan, and you gotta not use a lot of energy. And 24 hours of coding would be just a bad idea. I think at best you can probably get like 9 or 10 hours of productivity in 24 hours. Hey, Ross developer. Someone died on a 24-hour stream recently? Man. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to do something like that. You've done 3 previously? 24-hour streams, yeah, for gaming, I don't think it's as bad as for coding. I think for coding, your productivity would just drop. In fact, it might actually be worse than not having productivity. You might be introducing more bugs into your code. It's like anti-productivity. Happened yesterday. Oh, man. Wow. That's too bad. Man, it's also probably pretty weird for the viewers. Yeah, don't do it. Just don't do it. I don't think it's a good idea. Okay, let's get back to this. I want to make sure all of this worked correctly. So projectile sprite, sure, is artillery shell component. Yeah. You want it to smoke after 22 hours? Hey, Mr. Roto the P. Welcome back, Mr. S to the O. New Pixie sprite. So here we just so happen to have this texture, but it really shouldn't work that way. Aw, man. Yeah, this is not a good idea. A laser loads things immediately. We should just change how lasers load. Oh man, Hideo. Yeah. God. I guess it's better than having it on camera. So none of these things are being used inside of the input images? Nope. What about explosion.png? Yeah, that's still used for fire effects. And there's another explosion that we have. I've got to change all of this. Well, other than explosion, I mean, these can just safely go into here, I think. And then we can git delete them from here. Yeah. Hey, Chris. Okay, so move. What were those 4 graphics I just copied? Chip, shield, zapper, laser. Chip, shield, zapper, and laser to MISC. So chip, shield, zapper, and laser. So these 4. That laser one is the best. There's some quote about this. Where is it? I'm not going to find it. Oh well, okay, so we got to get rid of this. And then we need to go update every instance of this. So we used to have these 4. Alright, well, let's go change both of these. Wow. So this is going to be pretty easy to change, actually. We just do this and change this to laser. Same thing down here. Okay, so that's all of those. Good. Now for these. Search quote string. Yeah, but I'd have to write my own custom thing. I think if I wanted to find it, I would just do this. It's something from one of the early ones. Yeah, it's quote 9. Okay, so this needs to change. Is there a list of all the quotes? I could give it to you if you want, but no. It's only in my database. Oh, it's default? Seriously? What, did Phantombot just choke and die? I don't think it did anything. Yeah. When's the next round of sub emotes? I don't think we'll be getting to the next round of sub emotes. Because I'm pretty sure the next one is at 250, and I'm not on the trajectory to 250. Twitch sub emotes. I can never find this. Yeah, how many subscribers do you have to get? Yeah. We need 250 subs. I'm not even gonna shoot for that. Yeah, Hideo, it might be new. And I just don't have it. Okay, so that's done. This kind of helps us. But texture and then new sprite. Why do we make a texture like this? Well, there's the zapper sprite. So that should be done. And finally, this one. Okay, so that's almost everything. There is one left, and it's explosion. I think I'm just going to change this to fire. So this is done. Move explosion to MISC star as fire. $18 days ago. Requires at least 5 characters to search. Wow. Yeah. Someday I'll update. Someday. So we'll copy this over to here. No, we won't. Not like that, at least. Yes, cancel all transfers. So let's copy it here, I guess. Name it as fire, and then drag it over to here. Yeah, and then delete this one. And now we need to use it as though it's called fire. So let's search for explosion. It only appears in one spot. Dot spreadsheet dictionary. There we go. So fire sprite is there. Cool. Okay. This will actually speed things up too because we won't be loading so many of these individual sprites. Rip last quote. What is the last quote? There it is. 88. So these have been fixed. And now that they've been fixed, we can go back to fixing get sprite. I just don't know if this is a good idea. Yeah, I kind of think it's not. I think the best way to do this would be like a get sprite sync, which requires that the sprites were loaded. And then I just change all these to that. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense. Alright, I changed my mind on all this. Do I add quotes off stream? Yeah, sometimes. Oh, bot.land is on a shared host. Although it's a new shared host than it was before, so it shouldn't take that long to load, but yeah, it looks like it's just slow right now. Hey, Darkstorm. Yep, I changed my mind on this. Make a get sprite sync version that just throws an error if a sprite sheet wasn't already loaded. Sure, Ross, and hey, Jew. Oh man, yeah, I guess I need to fix this. Yeah, I guess we change this to get sprite sync. Wow. I wonder how long until lull outpaces kappa. Is it even growing at a greater rate? It's too hard to tell. I need to actually write down numbers. Is... no. Yeah, I think I just make synchronous APIs for this, and then we just assume that it's already been loaded. Wait, we? Ross, are you saying you made that site? Okay, we need to revert 2 of these parts. Just 2. This. And this. Yeah. Oh, cool. I didn't know that, Ross. Wait, did I know that? I feel like I didn't. Did I write anything down from a Ross developer here? Yes, here's what I have written down. Name pronunciation. Just call you Ross. Hey, Bolno. Yeah, I linked the video into you. You can also play the game if you want, but it's an online strategy game involving automation. Have you seen the new Surface ergonomic keyboard? Yeah, I did. I looked into the price of this briefly. It's Bluetooth only. I don't even have Bluetooth on this computer. I need to buy a dongle, and it's $130, so I decided not worth it. But it does look pretty slick. I definitely like the style of it and everything. But yeah, I'm not gonna get this. What is what? I knew. So sprite sheet dictionary. So we'll have to make a get sprite sheet sync and a get sprite sync. So really all we do is this. I mean, this is pretty simple. In fact, probably don't even need that. We can just do this. This should only be used when you know that a sprite sheet was already loaded. Because it'll fail if it wasn't loaded. In fact, we should probably just do that. Const sprite sheet. If not util.exist sprite sheet. Throw new error. Tried to get sprite sheet ID but it wasn't loaded. Yeah. Well, it's good, Neochromer, because I actually people have asked me about this a lot before. And I can't play music for a couple of reasons. The biggest one is that I can't focus on Twitch chat, development, and music. I think it's pick two of the three and I could focus on it. And then the second one is I don't have the license to stream the music I would normally want to stream. Am I partnered? Yeah, I am. Yep. And the emotes are all there. Alright, so get spreadsheet sync. I.e. when you have an asynchronous loading period entering the arena where you know for sure you're going to load necessary spreadsheets. Yeah, Neochromer, I think that's doable. I think if you were to now try interacting with 20 or 30 people, that's when you need to drop something from that list. Hey, Echo. Good morning. Happy Wednesday. So get sprite sync is going to be the same as get sprite, except for it's going to be synchronous. So sprite sheet ID. Now, if this particular thing fails, we'd want to know what sprite it failed for. Yeah, this kind of sucks. People don't really bother with music licenses. That's true, definitely. Hey, Techlico. Yeah, so here's the issue. I have these two functions. And what I basically want to do here is I want to get the sprite sheet, and if this doesn't exist, I want to throw an error, but for the sprite ID, not for the sprite sheet ID. But what's going to happen right now is it'll throw for the sprite sheet ID. So what I could do is I could copy paste this code, and if not util.exist sprite sheet, I could say tried to get a sprite, but it wasn't loaded. But maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. Why don't you stream on Thursdays? Originally it's because I had a meeting that was right in the middle of the day, and it took like 40 minutes to get there and 40 minutes to get back. So I could either have streamed from like 9 to, I don't even know what it would be, like 10:45, or I could stream from like 2 o'clock to 5 o'clock or something like that. But now I actually do stream on Thursdays, kind of. It's not usually exactly Botland, but if you look at my past broadcasts, you'll see the last, I think every Thursday this year I've streamed so far. Are these nachos? It's so hard to tell what's underneath all of this. I think they're just nachos, right? Or they're jalapenos? The jalapenos I can see. It is clear to me from this picture that you like spicy food. That I can tell. What I can't tell is, how do you eat this? Oh, you're answering Hideo about those pickles. Tater tots? Yeah, but do you use a fork or a spoon? Or do you have chips? So, there we go. Where does this come from? That's a pressure cooker downstairs. That'll stop in about 5 minutes probably. A fork, okay. C, get sprite sheet sync. You should only call this function when you know that a sprite was already loaded. Otherwise, this will produce an error and not attempt to fetch the sprite. So sprite ID in this case is a string, and this potentially returns a sprite. Oh, it definitely returns a sprite, otherwise it errors. Oxygen is going out. Okay, so now we can change all synchronous callers. You know, really, almost all places are going to be synchronous, I think, right? Yeah, there will still be a couple of asynchronous callers. This is a much, much better design for this. I'm glad I at least thought about this. Yeah, it's way better. Okay, so now we do everything we were just doing. Yeah, I just upgraded my computer. Alright, I'll just let Hideo do this stuff from now on. Thank you, Hideo. Yeah, I upgraded my computer, what, 4 months ago? Okay, so this changes to get sprite sync, and actually a lot of these can just change that way, and we need to make sure that we load these in the right time. So misc. Yeah, this is all the miscellaneous sprites definitely need to be loaded before we get into the arena. In fact, maybe we get like an arena. What is this? Friendly? Yeah, no, this can be get sprite sync. Get sprite sync. This is all pretty easy so far, but it's gonna get a little bit harder after this. Okay, yeah, cool. Now these things are gonna change. What is this? This is a wraparound get sprite. Yeah, I guess we'll know that we've loaded this. Oh man, Neochromer. What's it for? Yeah, these things all need to change. I think tile sets are going to be kind of the same way. We need to load them before we get into the arena. So miscellaneous graphics, all of them. The odds are that bots are going to use them. And then the required tile set. You know how fast your internet is in terms of up and downstream? Yeah, it's 25 megabits per second down and 5 up. So I'm using the majority of my uplink for streaming because I'm streaming at 2.5 megabits per second. So that's half of it. Okay. All right. So yeah, these get sprites have to change. We're not doing that bad right now. It's just not great yet. So this is gonna be get sprite sync. Same thing with these. Set up rare tiles. Yep, same thing. This requires that they were already loaded. And then we get into the difficult parts. Well, this doesn't matter yet, but this definitely matters. Yeah, so there are a few places. Yep, Mononcle, it's totally backwards in the US. The rest of the world gets cheaper and faster internet. The US pays a ton for bad internet. I'm paying, I don't know how much, 60 a month probably for my stupid 25 and 5. Meanwhile, Hideo's paying like, table scraps of his food for 4 gigabits down. He's like, I'll compliment you, and the guy's like, yeah, sure, okay, 8 gigabits down, that's fine. Alright, so those parts are fine. This, get colorized sprite. We could make a synchronous and an asynchronous version of this too. To the point where maybe I shouldn't do this yet. Because these are the remaining spots here. Yeah, Echo, you're not paying a bad amount. Am I standing? Yeah, I am. Wow. Yeah, that's a much better rate. Okay, so get colorized sprite and compose bot. So that should be done. Get colorized sprite. Do I need a sync select? Yeah. Okay. So get colorized sprite. Let's find the colors of this. It is only 2 places, thankfully. One is getting base64 image data, and the other one is compose bot. This is done from here, from an item ID. And this is called from several locations. Let's look through all of them. So store item image, render preview for selected item. So store items and store previews. And that's it. Both of those can be totally asynchronous. Now what about compose bot? Your light did not turn pink? Did you use a token from yesterday? Because it says here someone is attempting to use a token that doesn't exist. Yeah, you probably have one left over from yesterday. So yeah, I think we need a synchronous and an asynchronous version. I should move all these functions out of there too. Back in the closet, EJ. Get sprite component for bot. Yeah, this is the part I'm not too sure about. Because we can download a defense. We could download the attack and then know which sprites we need. But doing this part asynchronously would be pretty nice. It's gonna be tough. It's definitely gonna be tough. Yeah, I think just bot should load in asynchronously then. And where else do we do this? Base 64 image data. Yeah, in most places I'd like to keep it asynchronous. Okay, well, let's start to write this. So we're going to make a synchronous version of this too. So really, this is the synchronous version. We need to make the asynchronous version of this. Web program myself. Start having issues spending the entire day on a keyboard. I see you're using MS400. Would you recommend? Yeah, I would recommend it. I think really any ergonomic keyboard you can get your hands on for a week, test it out, and see if you like it. So the other keyboard that people have been suggesting for something like this is the Ergodox keyboard, which is here. This lets you separate it as far as you want, and it's got a more kind of natural shape to your hand. So you can see fits pretty well. I haven't gotten used to this keyboard yet though. I still want to give it another shot. But yeah, definitely see if you can borrow one from a coworker or something. Try it out for a week, see if it helps. If it helps, then yeah, definitely buy one. Because that's the whole reason ergonomic keyboards were made, is to reduce wrist strain. Hey G24. Okay, so get sync is already written. Get colorized sprite. It's just get sprite that changes. Yeah. So this needs to be changed to get sprite sync. Yeah, you can post a link, Valley. Dig down deep. Hey. Alright. Let's do things this way then. We need to load both of these sprites. And we'd ideally like them to load in parallel. So we could do this. We could say let base sprite equals null. Let mask sprite equals null. So the only thing this should really do is load these and then pass it to another function. So Borox, when you have something like that happen, try to make a small project for yourself where basically just copy someone else's idea for the sake of learning. So, hey, hang on a second. Yeah, anyway, so make a small project that's just beyond your normal skill level. And the reason why I say copying is okay for this is because it's an academic purpose. So if anyone were like, hey, I want to make a game, but I don't know what to make, I would say just take something like Tetris or Pong or Pac-Man, something that's been done. That way you're not focused on the design of it. Have you thought about something in your game to make the user want to come back because of some benefits? Something like 2 times spot coin for the first win every 24 hours? G24, it was originally baked into the reward structure. The first few wins would be worth much more than the other wins. So it's like rested bonus in World of Warcraft almost. The original plan, that's not being done anymore, I guess. Where was this? Yeah, the original plan was your first win of the day would be worth the most money, and then it would slowly go lower and lower. So if you can only log in for 2 wins, well, that's great because you earn the majority of your money from those first 2 wins. I'm going to change these numbers a bit, but I think it'll be something like this in the end. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Heard this one is good with 350 euros. Yeah, I've heard good things about this too. If you like this, I would say probably go with the Ergodox. Yeah, because I feel like that's the next step after this. And Spurtman, the code splitting at this point is like right now, bundle.js is everything in Botland. And in the future, it'll be something like login bundle.js and then, arena bundle.js and all these other things. Looks ugly though, but that doesn't matter as long as your hands are happy, right? Hey, Ephemeral Downloads. And what's a REST API? It's just a, so originally it meant it's a stateless API that follows some certain conventions. Now it really just means like a function you can call on another machine through web APIs. Did I? Yeah, okay. Okay, so yeah, let's carry on to this. So const base sprite promise equals this dot get sprite base sprite name, and then mask sprite promise. Then we want to do a return promise dot all. Well, actually, this works a little bit differently. Base sprite equals that, and then kind of the same thing here. So promise.all, base sprite promise, mask sprite promise dot then. So at this point, both of them have been loaded, and that's when we can start to do the rest of this stuff. And at that point, it's synchronous, so we need to call into another function. Okay. Also, yeah, at this point, I'm just going to say tag me in chat if you want to get my attention, because chat's been moving fast enough where I can't follow everything and code. I try to follow everything, but yeah, this is what happens sometimes in the mornings. So keep at it, chat, but just tag me if you need me. So after we're done with this, we got to do the synchronous part of this function, which is going to be, I guess this is sort of like pre-colorized sprite. This gives us our, oh, this checks the cache to see if it exists. Wow, thanks, Hideo. It's only a matter of time before someone did that. Let's see. So given a mask texture and a base sprite, go make all of the rest of this. This container code goes down to there too. There. No, Echo, it's totally fine. I don't want to derail your conversation. It's still programming related and everything. It's just that I don't have much to contribute right now, and I don't want to miss messages to me. So like Linux, for example, saying what language are you using? Yeah, it's JavaScript and things indoor. Okay, so what do we do here? We get our container, we add it, and we actually do the colorization here. Render, colorize sprite, set sprite cache, and then, yeah. This is where we take in base sprite, mask sprite. Let's see what else we need. We'll try this. Return this dot colorize sprite, base sprite, mask sprite. There's probably going to be a little bit more that's needed here, like the name, for example. Cache sprite name, yeah. Sure, Kenstar, what's up? Echo, I'm very likely not going to file a lawsuit. I haven't seen your video, but if you're making a blatant ripoff of Botland, then yeah, I'd probably talk to you about it. But if you just have bots in your game or something, that's totally fine. I don't think Project Euler is good for coding necessarily. I think it's good for math. I think it's better for math than it is for coding. It does help you with coding, yes. What are we doing here? Working on a game called Botland. Okay, so what else do we need here? We have the base sprite, we have the mask texture. We need colors, that's right. Primary color, secondary color, cache sprite name. So we pass these in. Fancy water jar. Thanks, I call it a bottle. Okay, and the rest of this is fine. Cool. Okay, that's fine, Echo, like I said. Even if you had taken inspiration, it's probably fine. All right. Yeah, so the next part here is doing this same thing from up here. So everything that this used. Okay, not bad. And now it's just the beginning of this. So how should I do this? Okay, colorize sprite sync. We need to generate the cache name from these. What else do we need to see if it's in the cache? What's the best way to do this? Get colorize sprite cache name. So this takes in pretty much everything. So there's this, and then get the cached sprite. Let me think about this. What if I change it to something like this? Cache data equals this dot get colorized sprite cache data. And we pass in all of this. And yeah, check out the FAQ, Kenstar. Can't you just generate an MD5 or SHA hash? Yeah, I can. I think just adding the things together is fine because this will be unique, and so will an MD5 hash. But yeah, this is fine. So we say cache data if util.exist cache data.sprite. Return this clone sprite cache data. Yeah, that's the best way. I think that's it. So we do that, and now we get rid of all of this and put this up here. Okay, so let's see. So here we're going to return the sprite if we have it. We'll just do it this way, I think. Cache sprite. Hey, Okawi. Yeah, I have to refactor this so that I can do the task that I wanted to do. I don't think this is too bad. So the cache sprite, and we have cache sprite name. And this might not exist. This might not exist. Okay, so cached data probably. So if it exists, return that. Otherwise, call into this. Cache data dot cache sprite. Hey, doctor. What have I done? Can't believe I lost to your strat. Get an artillery range of CPU and spam it in stealth. Hey, I want to see this. And SSHing went so much faster. Did you already face any serious issues? I've been watching the stream for the last few days. It seems so easy by looking at his coding. Yeah, no, I'd say even serious issues happened yesterday. So thanks, Avali. By the way, I did give you 25 points if you want to type buy lights. The problem that you had was that you were using a token from probably yesterday. Okay, so let's take a look. Select ID name from users, order by name. So we want to find pawn and we want to find Jew. Probably 32 for Jew, and where's pawn? 7. So 32 and 7, but I don't know who's who there. Select ID from matches where attacker ID equals 37 and defender ID equals 7. I typed that wrong. Who does 32? So this is replay number 700, or match number 700. Is this what you were talking about, Pawn? Oh, Jew just totally ignores your bots and tries to kill the CPU, and it works. That's pretty great. That's actually really impressive, Jew. Wow. Yeah, I didn't even think of something like this. So Jew has artillery, cloaking, and missiles. Actually, missiles are unnecessary. You're probably better off using thrusters here. That way you can move into CPU range a little bit faster. Wow, that's definitely an interesting strategy. Yeah, interesting. And even if he didn't win there, he would have had 2 more bots in phase 3. Oh, hey Voodoo. Yeah, so this is an interesting cheese strat that I should really write down. Please don't give him more tips. Wait, why did that not copy paste correctly? There we go. I should write this. Haven't written the code yet, but Zhu made artillery 3/cloaking 3 bots, got in range of the CPU, and ignored everything else. I like it. I like it. Yeah, I'm gonna steal your strategy. Actually, let's go try this. Oh, hey. 10 trumpets and cucumber owl defeated me. How much experience do I have? I'm 700 away from leveling up, and I'm 11 bot coin away. Okay, we're gonna do this for a sec. All right, yeah. Let's go copy his bot. I will make steamroller bot with our. Oh, I don't have cloaking. I can't do this. Okay, never mind. Well, that was fun. Not Adam. Only the rest here from chat. What, Voodoo? No, I won't give a point for the strategy, but I do think it's good. Yes, I think this is going to be beaten by melee bots. Where is my best melee bot? This one. But I need to change the code so that it doesn't do this. Let's do it this way. Okay, that worked horribly. Oh man. Okay, I underestimated its defense a little bit, but I think I can beat it like this, but I need to do a couple of things. We need to do set attack priority. And we need to target bots, then CPU, then chips. And even then, this is going to be a little bit tough. Yeah, I don't know if this is going to work. All right, no, I think it ended up working because his bots don't have a short range weapon, so I'm just slowly meleeing them down. Yep, there. And thanks, Avala. Yeah, that's Blockly. Okay, so I just need 10 more. And I did beat Mars and Marzipan. I just barely beat him. Or, well, them, I should say. Yeah, that was more luck than it was skill on my part. Alright, Hagerman Hour. Lasers, missiles, and reflect. And then artillery and missiles. So we just want a typical melee reflect bot. Put that down there. Yep. Looks good. Cool. Just need to win 9 more games. Is Twitch funding botland? How are you handling cash money needs? So that's all answered on the FAQ. The monetization is technically different and also has a Z in it because I'm American. Okay, reflect, shield. No, we're going to use the same bot I just had. This is like the kill all default bots setup. Yeah. Easy peasy. Alright, 8 more matches. It's Pawn's defense. We know exactly how to beat this one now. Unfortunately, I don't have cloaking, so I can't use it. He's got repair bots, artillery, melee, and shield. So yeah, I want artillery bots to try to counter this, but I don't really have a great... I don't have a great setup. Yeah, his bots are actually pretty smart. So much for winning this match. Maybe. Oh, this is gonna take forever. Yeah, so my bot is set up to move and shoot only when it's like super far out of range, and this has a shield. So the only thing that's happening is it just keeps destroying its shield over and over and over and over, and it never does any damage or gets repaired. So these bots have very little left on them. We should just put down a couple of melee bots now. Yeah, perfect. That worked. Nice micro. Hey, fatality. Alright, Liquidor. I can never beat Liquidor. I should just learn how to do this. Missiles, cloaking, and reflect. Let's just put these down. Yeah. Alright. So really just reflect all of Liquidor's stuff. This one was pretty easy. Yeah, that wasn't so bad. Alright, 6 more matches and I can buy something. Ski Dog, teleport, and melee. Oh, Ski Dog actually has a lot of bots. Teleport and melee. Hey Bluer, how's it going? Haven't seen you in a while. Alright, we're gonna use the cheese script. This is actually a bad idea. Let's use one cheese script. Let's just put down 3 different kinds of bots. This will be terrible. Let's see how it goes. Yep, that was terrible. Alright, well, I'm just gonna give up. Good job, Ski Dog. You win. Oh, wait. No, you didn't. I take that back. Whew. Could have been close. Alright, Liquidor number 1. Yeah, that was a pretty funny win. Truck car. Yeah, so most people, what I'm doing is my strategy here is if I see you only have one weapon and it's reflectable, then I put down a reflect bot, and that's it. But I don't know if that means reflect's overpowered or that they're just they're putting all their eggs in one basket. I think it's the latter. Yeah, so now we put down our last couple bots here, and we win the game. Do you trim your beard every day? No, I usually shave on like Monday and then not again until Friday. Ooh. Alright, I just barely won this one. Hey Puka, how you doing? What's the significance of 13531? Yeah, I just like those numbers. Couldn't decide, so I just made a palindrome. Reflect can't be overpowered, EMP is already overpowered. Oh, Avixator. Avixator is the one who's weakest to EMP, but I don't have EMP. And I don't really know how to beat Avixator. Yeah, I don't know. Let's try this. This is blind melee going down. Yeah, that didn't work. Alright, well, whatever. Avixator wins. That damage boost was just, I couldn't kill it. Antimatter tape. Inferno Zapper? Huh. This is probably weak to the cheesy strategy. Super cheesy. Oh man. I'm like hardly doing any damage too because the only thing that's hitting them is the splash damage. So he's very slowly dying. There. Okay, finally I have 50 bot coins. So what do we buy? Well, we could buy what everyone else is buying, which is cloaking. Or we could get EMP. Oh, that's good, Blur. It's definitely good. Or something like vampiric lasers. I kind of, oh man, I don't know. There's a bunch of things I want to try. This is why I should just cheat at the game, because then I could buy everything. But if I had to buy one, what would it be? I think area repair. Yeah, I think I want to make my defense better. Not enough bot coin. 49. What? It said 50, didn't it? Okay, I'm pretty sure that's a bug. Pretty sure I had 50. Does EMP work? EMP, oh, on the server. You mean that quote? Alright, here are Drew's bots. Lasers and missiles. We'll just rip through his defense, hopefully. That didn't totally work. There we go. That worked. It did say 50? Well, now it's definitely 50. So if this doesn't work, then... Yeah, okay, it did work. Alright, so time to go get my real strategy that I wanted. Where is it? I had a repair defense bot. This is not what I want. No, this is not what I want. I want my... No, maybe it was this bot. Repair armor regen? It wasn't. It wasn't this. No, I have no idea. I think it was on that melee bot that I have. Does this have repair? It doesn't have repair. Okay, these bots, right now, see what they do? They stand around and they like wait for other bots to approach and then they teleport. But not anymore. We're gonna add in some code here. This closest enemy if has acted. So if will repair. Okay, so now they'll pulse out an area repair. And we want to give them level 1 of that. So let's put level 2 melee and level 1 area repair. There, perfect. Now we test this out, and now see that little green pulse? That's healing tiny amounts of life. It's the perfect strategy. Oh, and I can upgrade my computer. Oh, perfect. So we want to move this. We get one more bot. I guess I'll put it there. You need to place 9 bots. Oh, well, that's not how one more bot works. Oh, thanks, Sahami. Yeah, I'll take a look at this later. Is the game server offline or just you? Spoon, what browser are you using? And lol beginner, why does splitting code reduce load time? And what's the current load time? Well, the current load time is based on your internet speed. So basically there's 5 megabytes to download. So if you download a megabyte per second, then it's 5 seconds of load time. But if you download it slower than that, then it's going to be slower than this, obviously. And the reason why it works is because the login screen itself only really needs maybe 1 to 2 megabytes to load. And then the rest of the game is the other like 3 to 4 megabytes. So if we could just show you the login page, we could load that in about a second. And then the rest of the game, we could have a loading screen for 3 seconds maybe. You're using Iron at the moment, a Chrome clone. Do you have any plugins for it, Spoon? Could you try using just Chrome at first? Is there some kind of code history log? Tom, if you're talking about for Botland, no. Like in the game, there isn't. But for the game, there is. The text saying don't forget to save isn't very readable. Yeah, the UI is going to change on that, but thank you, Owen Murphy. Ifo says, would you be okay with me using the lights idea on my streams in the future? What I mean is it okay to make a web interface and stuff where viewers can control my lights? I mean, I didn't patent this. I don't want to stifle other people from doing ideas that they like. So yeah, you can do it. Also, is there a list of your Sublime packages? Yeah, there is, Owen Murphy. And Hideo just linked it in. Not for his code, for the code players, right? Yeah, for the code players, right, there's no history. It's a feature where I wouldn't make it unless the game was popular. Okay, we need to just put one more bot down. Where should I do that? Probably this should be moved here, and this should be put here. And then let's test. That's not great, but let's save that anyway. It's gaslighting you. Okay. Cool. So yeah, let's get back to this. So where I left off was on Spritesheet Dictionary. I was busy making this into a better looking function. So let's go do that. So we want this same thing here. Oop. And then we can delete all of this. And then this changes too. There we go. Not using any add-ons or something. The last message from the debug console is got auth token calling check account validity bundle 500 rewards object. Spoon, let me take a look. I need to look at the account server to see when you log in. Hang on a second. Okay. Let me try logging in again. I'm looking at the console now. Okay, so do I plan on adding such a feature? Do you expect people to do it on their own side? So I don't know if you heard me say this, but I only plan on adding it if Botland gets popular. It's not the kind of feature that's going to make or break the game, and if the game isn't popular, then having all these like bonus features is not going to help at all. So right now you have the ability to just copy paste code outside of the game, so that's kind of your backup option. The other thing you could do, eventually you'll have a duplicate script feature. So if you wanted to keep version history yourself, you're allowed to save like 16 scripts or something like that. So eventually add plus duplicate script buttons here. You'll just click the duplicate button, and that can be your version control for then if you want. Already did? Okay. Checking username Spoon's credentials, successfully generated token. So it's not an issue on my end. As in, it's not a server issue. It's very likely a client issue with probably the browser you're using. Spoon, if you could test with another browser, that would be the best. Okay, so this stuff looks like it's fine. So now I have get colorize sprite and get colorize sprite sync. Okay, yeah. All right, now we need to use them in the right spots. Oh man, so how are we gonna do this? Store items and store preview. These should be asynchronous. Async. This should probably be synchronous. I don't know. Well, these should definitely be async, and they already are. But then I need to go change how this works. Let me think about this. Compose bot. We can't even log in right now, right? No, I guess I can. It's still this that isn't getting laid out correctly. And And I'm not sure what's responsible for doing that. Oh, I need to regenerate those sprite sheets. Okay, let's go figure out how to do that. So cd into this directory, then run this command. So what this should do is it should take everything from the input images and put them into output. This should have been cleaned, right? Maybe it's here that everything's building up? So it's splitting them by detail level now, which you can actually see. So see how many sprites get crammed into this sprite sheet, but see how few get crammed into this one? These are the high detail images. So you won't even have to download this. But you would need to download these. Then all of these are high detail? Yeah. Man. Are you staying? Oh, am I standing? Maybe that's what you mean? I am standing. Yeah, the rest of these got created correctly. And then we run ping quant on them. Yeah, okay, so we should be able to copy paste all of this into here. We had 18 sprite sheets before and we still have 18 sprite sheets now. Okay, and now when we load the client, hopefully this works, or did it just, man. Gulp, what tatch? I'm not sure what's going wrong still. I mean, I know I didn't finish coding this, but it's not laying out this page correctly. It's probably a resize handler that's not being called. Yeah, before I do this stuff, I want to test this out. I want to get at least the store working. I want to get that working back to how it was and make sure everything's going fine there. It's going to be tough. Set up browser resize handler. I feel like it should be this that does this. Update window dimensions. No, wait, resizing the browser doesn't even do this. There's got to be some other problem. It's hide violations. Huh. Yeah. Nothing prints out there. Maybe there's a caught exception that's not happening from, yeah, like Bluebird. I don't care about that. I'm not sure about this. I'm not sure. Well, we can log in and we can go to the store and then nothing shows up here. Or wait, nothing should have shown up there. It's here that it should show up. If spritesheet data.status. So the data doesn't even exist. That shouldn't be, oh, this is undefined. Okay, well that makes sense. So spritesheet ID is undefined here too. This exists. Bots/wasp. Oh, it's bots/arena. Oh my god. Oh, this is gonna be annoying. It's gonna be super annoying. So the base sprite name was just bots/wasp, but it's now in the arena folder. I could just add the arena folder to all of these things. How do we do this? Sprite name is already passed in from there. Here, yeah. Yeah, all right, let's change this Let's change this the easy way for right now. Bot slash arena slash whatever. Because we're only ever getting arena artwork anyway. So let's try that. But then this was made asynchronous, so something else is just going to fail. I know that, but let's try it out. Get sprite mask name. What, mask name doesn't exist? Oh, it doesn't. Okay. It was defined here. So we'll have to do it this way, I guess. Cache data.mask name. Yeah. Yep. And now here's where it's a promise and it wasn't expecting a promise. So get base64 image data from sprite name. And I think I wrote this whole call stack down. Get base64 image data from sprite name. Yes, I did. Okay, so where else is this used? Nowhere. Other than here. And this is only used for store stuff. So I'm going to have to change that. No need to apologize for any of this stuff. I think you guys should always be able to talk about whatever you want. And if it's not something I want you to talk about, I'll just tell you, hey, go now. Yeah, I think this will always be an asynchronous function. So get base64 image data from sprite name should also probably always be asynchronous. In fact, all of these functions, I think every base64 image data thing, base64 image function should probably be async, since base64 data is only ever needed by the DOM. Such intense typing. Yeah, we gotta change this. Get color sprite used to be a synchronous function. Now it's asynchronous. So we're gonna have to change everything from here on down. So we do this entire thing. Hey, Itch Slap. It's going well. I think. Oh, and then we need to change the color of this too. Oh man. All right. Yeah. Man. Yeah, I shouldn't have done this from the beginning. I just loaded every image. I knew I wouldn't want to do this eventually. So starting that way is going to make this a lot tougher to fix now. Hey, Nick Everton. Yeah, all right. Well, time to just keep working on this. Let's do it this way. So then we're going to get the colorized sprite. And then we form the data out of here. Cool. And I frozen Pharaoh. Okay. Then we return the data out of that promise. So now this is going to change to probably this dot then base64 string I know that's not necessary because this is implied by this promise returning that. Sure thing, Ash. Yeah, my strategy is pretty bad against this, huh? At least it took you 3 phases to beat me this way. But yeah, you did win pretty handily. Handily, excuse me. Couldn't get it to work in Firefox, and I tried. I'm tired of trying other browsers. Huh. Yeah, that is strange because is there any other information you could give me that might help me debug this for you, Spoon? Because like I said, it's working on the account server side of things, and if it doesn't let you log in Firefox either, I can't think of what it would be exactly. Yeah, astronomical units are what much larger than light years. Oh, the other way around. Yeah, a light year is 63,000 AUs. And yeah, I don't know if I said hi, but hey, Blueberry King. Yeah, Spoon, I'm gonna have to get back to you on this. And hey, Kenny Boy, I'm doing well. Got it. Didn't know what an AU represented. Thanks, Ephemeral Town Lotus. Yeah, I know that probably sounded ridiculous. Alright, so Spoon couldn't even play the game. Couldn't even play the game in any browser. And what was the browser you originally were talking about there? You mentioned the one that's like Chrome. Let me find it. Iron. Yeah. And let me write that down too. Oh, it lets you log in. The thing in Iron is another. Oh, what did you mean when you said I couldn't get it to work in Firefox either? Yeah, IFO, this is definitely, I just haven't worked on this enough in Firefox. UI's not done yet. I want to get back to that. There's been a lot of things I wanted to work on. And yeah, February was supposed to be a month where I just started tackling some of these lower priority things, and that is what I've been working on. So I wonder if it was a mistake for me to pursue what I'm pursuing now. Yeah, I accidentally add that in. Hey, Tupper Box. Is there any sort of logging? Like, I want to get all the close entities and try to shield each of them rather than just filtering to the closest one or the lowest life one. Oh, any sort of looping. Sorry. No, not yet, Pawn. So what you would eventually probably want to do, I'm assuming, like, would this satisfy the scenario you're trying to do? What if you had a function like this? What if you said find all friendly bots and filter, so within some number of tiles, and then you said filter by lowest shields? Would that let you do what you want to do? So basically an entity that is unshielded would be returned from this thing? What's your opinion on .NET? I think it's good. I think having a lot of different languages that compile to the same intermediate language is a good idea. The account server appears to be offline. Try again later. This has happened to a bunch of people. Yeah, if you had plugins, if you have no script, you have ad block, if you're trying to access via HTTPS, yeah, those are the only things I could think of though. Okay. Well, I'll have to write this down. See, Adam open certain parts of the game. Looks better than on my end. Yeah, I'm opening up on Chrome though. And that's all I've been testing in for right now. I will eventually need to get back to UI. Is shielded take in a param, at least an ally? I don't think so. Oh, it does. Yeah. Yeah, it does. But there's no real looping, so it wouldn't really help you. I think filtering by shield being on or off would work. Okay. Yeah, I would probably do it like lowest shield values. I'll write this down in the user defined code section. Make sure you can filter entities by who is shielded and who isn't. That way you can always find an unshielded ally to shield. Just filtering by lowest total shields would probably work. Want to register? Does it have to be an actual email? Is it okay to use a nickname? Oh, so you actually shouldn't use a real email. I don't use your email in Botland right now for anything. So when you go to register, it just doesn't let you type one in. So yeah, just leave that as is and just type in whatever you want here. G240 or, you know, Adam has a big head. Whatever you want to do, this is totally fine. I'd like you to not have vulgarity in it, but honestly, even then, it's still okay for right now. But yeah, the easiest is if you make it your Twitch name. That way, if I have any problems, or if you have any problems, I can very quickly figure out who you are in the game. You used G240 and it didn't work? It didn't? That should work, right? Register G240. Yeah, that should work. I am existed to hear it. Thanks, J Bugsy. Oh, you figured it out? Okay, good. Cool. Was just confused. Gotcha. Gotcha. Double gotcha. Okay, back to this. So getting this from sprite name. So that's now working and this is not working. So we'll go fix this thing. Is the email field during registration read-only since today? It was fillable yesterday. No, it was read-only as of like October, I think. Hey, Reed. Yeah, nice to see you too. I'm doing well. By the way, the game's online if you want to check it out, Reed. Yeah, email should have never been fillable. Oh, you know what people might be doing? Hang on a second. Let me check this out. I put in some convenience functions here. If you try registering, let's say you type like adam@madeup.com and you click register. Yeah, that's what happens. It detects that it's an email address. If you just type, okay, so if I refresh the page, if I just type something like new Adam and I hit register, it fills it in as the username. But if you have an @ in there somewhere and you click register, then it fills it in as your email address. So there actually is a way without you inspecting Element to type in an email address. And same thing here. If you had a password typed in, it copies that over to this page because I thought, oh, that'll make it easy for you to sign up. Yeah, okay. Well, maybe that's what you did, Ifo. I'm not sure. Yeah, I'll write this down for now, Spoon. But I don't know when I'll be able to get to this. But thanks for all the help and hand. So, Spoon, there we go. All right, so find results. That's fine, that's fine. This is not fine, this is not fine. So there are two places we have to fix. So let's just narrow this down to those two. So this is one. So I think, oh man. So this is lazily loaded, which means there's render. I don't want this to have to take anything in from Redux. Is there some way? first of all, yeah, let's just fix this one. So problem, render is only called when the component is in view. I want to start fetching the image at that time, but it may not exist yet because, well, I want to start fetching it. Then I want to render only when the image has been fetched. So my hunch is something like on component did mount, I say this dot props dot get image dot then image data, this dot set state image data. This is how I think I would do it, but I'm not sure. I think the component is going to mount as soon as it's in the DOM, which is not rendering it. This is not good. What else do we have in React? React lifecycle. So there's render. There's no like will render or something like that. And from render we can't set state, right? Yeah, it wouldn't make sense to do that. Does not modify component state. Did you take a look at the Webpack 2 React I gave you yesterday? I did not get to that yet, but that was for lazy loading entire components, right? We both know the answer to that. They give you a pretty solid example? Okay, I could take a look. Yeah, that's what I thought, ephemeral downloads. No, thanks, Kenny Boy. Yeah, let me know what you think. It's not very straightforward how to play right now. There is better UI missing and there's a tutorial missing. But it is playable and there are currently 4 people playing it, which is why I suggest disable ad block so I can track your every movement. But yeah, if you go online, as you kind of play through, more people will attack your defense, you'll earn more money. Yeah, I earned 1 bot coin today, 2 by attacking. This is wrong. Yeah, this is wrong. That's interesting. I should investigate that before the end of today. Investigate why my attack bot coin roll up is wrong. It says I earned 2 on play.bot.land when I definitely got at least 12. We need to do this task before 4 p.m. today, otherwise it won't be doable anymore. You can check how they use the life cycle. Yeah, I'm on the wrong page then, huh? So yeah, Botcoin is the in-game currency. You are correct. Lazy loading, did I not? Oh, yeah. All right. There is a will render. It's on component will update. Let me take a look at that. So render. Okay. I I guess I see what's going on here. Let's see. Do they provide this? How to target enemy CPU and fire only at the CPU. So Darkstorm, I'll show you briefly. Remember, you only have a vision range of 5 tiles by default. So what I'm going to show you, I assume you know about how vision range works. If not, I can link you to something. But in general, you just want to do this. Take pursue enemy generic. You'll say find enemy CPU. And then you'll just say if exists, then you want to attack only that. You would need to write a custom if statement for that. So if something like will lasers hit that particular thing, closest enemy, then fire lasers at that particular thing. And by the way, this specifically lasers won't necessarily even hit the CPU still because of well, you probably, this is kind of common sense in games, but you're here and there's an enemy over here and you say, hey, if I can hit that, then fire a laser, right? Well, if there's a cloaked enemy in between, you'll fire a laser at the enemy that you thought you could hit and you'll actually hit the cloaked enemy. So there is one case where like it's not exactly what you'd expect, but yeah. I think you can do the same thing in your case where you update the state from a promise after loading. Yeah, I'll have to take a look. You're trying to do chunk loading? I used to have this. No, so what I'm trying to do is what I'd written here. In my render, I want to use an image, but the image needs to be loaded asynchronously, and I don't want to have to store it in Redux or anything. Although maybe I should just do that, I'm not sure. Yeah, you can do set attack priority, but that's slightly different. I'll just link to the not frequently asked questions thing. There are a couple of things that are here that you might be curious about. So this, how does attack priority work? So I gave an example here of you can shoot a CPU, you can shoot a bot, you can shoot a chip. So your attack priority comes into play. But if you were, let's say, over here, the chip is no longer hittable. So it doesn't matter what your priority is for that. Yeah, just with images. And so what Hideo's suggesting is that I use a promise like what they used here. But I wonder... This component did update. It calls load every single time. I'm going to change X and Y and move to X and Y in Blockly. I think what you're looking for there is just how do I plug these things in? You have to pull from math. So you could take something like this or you could take something like this. So let's say I want to move to the right. I could say move to my current Y coordinate and move to X plus and then drag in a number from math, X plus 1. This you would never have to actually write. You could always just say move right. But this is the same way to accomplish that if you wanted to. You can store the image in the internal component state and render, reference the image from the state. When the state will change, it'll trigger the render function again. Yeah, but the problem is how this gets started, because I'm aware that I can do that, but basically this component only gets rendered if it's in view. And I don't want to load the image until it's in view. Not totally sure. Use the same principle as in the example, except you're loading an image in a promise and update the state and render after. If not that, I may not get the issue. Yeah, I think what you're saying is correct. But it seems like this is a lot of code to do that. Let's take a look at it in here. So let's see, set state loaded to false by default. This dot is mounted equals true. What do they use this for? I guess I could just literally take this same sort of thing. I decided all my subscription payments are earmarked for a UI developer. Okay, thank you for determining where my money will go. I'll keep that in mind. Where did this thing come from? This didn't even... Wait, what? Oh, that's copied very weirdly. Yeah. It's copied incredibly strangely. I guess I should just have done this the way it used to be. Fine. All right. Well, let's take this over there and just try this out. If it works, it works. Hey, Jay. And yeah, thanks. That happened in September. So we'll set state is loaded to false. Component did mount. Really, all these things can just be copy pasted. Then there's a load function. And what we want to do, we don't have different modules. And really our props aren't going to change either. We only update for item data. Yeah, so it's this that would change. So one of the states we're going to put in here is base64 data, null, or just an empty string. Probably null. This dot state dot base64 data, if it's a string and its length is greater than 0, so it won't start as a string. And then this is what we want to do in the promise here. So promise dot resolve dot then. No, it's really just this. This dot set state base64 data, and then is loaded to true. Well, and if not, this dot mounted return null. Okay, and that should do it. Let's try that out. Let's try it. Oops. Yeah. What am I doing wrong? Item data.id. This should return a promise now. Apparently it doesn't anymore. Yeah, it doesn't. I wonder why. Get this. Oh, in all these cases. Okay, I guess it's return promise.resolve to all of these. Oh, and I forgot to return here. Well, there were a billion errors there. Alright, that should fix them. Excuse me. Pixie wrapper. This was never passed in. Right. Gotta fix that too. Colorize sprite. Pixie wrapper. Okay, let's test that out. Almost. The renderer is null. That's strange. Yeah, that's definitely strange. That means I wasn't able to set up Pixie correctly, which is why the rest of the page isn't working. Hey, T. Wilson. Thanks for subbing. Wow. Nice. Chocolate is fine too. Chocolate for me or chocolate for you? And yeah, dig down deep, it looks like that didn't work for you. I think that's a phantom bot problem. Yeah, so Pixie is never getting set up. We gotta find out why not. Oh, because there's no on assets complete. Oh my god, I got rid of that. Seriously? That's the whole reason? Wow. Why did it still not work though? Cannot read property status of undefined. Get or download sprite sheet. Where's that coming from? Yeah, I think this is going to take the rest of today, which I'm fine with. I just do hope that I get it done by the end of today. And that things aren't crazy here. So sprite sheet ID we still don't have. Where's this coming from? Compose bot, which is from Git. Yeah, we can't do this yet. Git random, git login, random login bot images. Yeah. There. That should hopefully fix this. Tile sets don't work either. Although really, why are we trying to do this right now? Set up the simulation server. It's gonna work. Set up Pixie. Yeah, all of this is gonna be removed for right now. Logger.error, cutting out setup Pixie for now. Right? Yeah. Yeah, you know what? I want to not have this thing break in. Where is that? Black box script. Done. Now that won't be so obnoxious. So it says loaded assets. And yet this page still didn't finish rendering. Strange. Yeah, and we can't connect either. Oh, what's this? Can I release all graphics objects in render? Let's cut out render for now too. Hey Kayadar. Just add a loading screen? Well, there's more to it than that. Okay, so good. This is finally working the way it should have. And now we have a renderer. So now this is the part that's failing. This is data. Yeah, that's wrong. Store item. There. Does it finally work? Whoa, it does. Yeah, kind of. Right, I think it's working. I mean, we need to inspect this a little bit more, but that's pretty good. Yeah, clicking it's not going to work. I shouldn't have clicked it. Okay, let's put some of this in and find out. So we'll say this console.log fetching base64 data for this, and this should only happen once per item, hopefully. So we'll refresh the page and we'll take a look over here. Well, this doesn't have any, yeah, we don't care about that. So yeah, it fetched it for here. As I scroll down, it'll fetch more. Yep, and as I scroll up, it should not fetch again. Yeah, cool. So if I scroll all the way to the bottom, it fetches everything, and that's it. It should be done fetching stuff for now. Well, I saw a couple go through, but I don't think there are any duplicates here, right? How do I select all of this? Apparently you just have to copy paste it like that. So here's what we do. We get rid of this. And then we remember that there are 72 lines, and we get only unique lines, and if there's still 72, then yeah, all of them are unique. Okay, that's not bad. In fact, we could have just sorted this, I guess. We would have seen... Yeah. Format that lazy load code or unfollow. Yeah, I haven't finished this yet. The other thing is I don't want to have to do this for everything. But it looks like this is working, and this is working the way I wanted it to. I do want to understand this a little bit better first. Man, crazy. Bundle loader, though. So much control you can have here. Yeah. I wonder why they don't set this in the state. Probably so it doesn't trigger any updates. Alright, so yeah, let's format a lot of this. There's that. This is formatted. This is formatted now. Except for this. Cool. This is already done. This wasn't so bad. So load should probably just be changed to load base64 data. Yeah. Have you considered using an atlas for your images? Hey, Ski Dog. Yeah, I have an atlas already. So everything's already loaded into sprite sheets, and I know where to get them from. So all of that's being handled, but it's being handled by a different layer. This was a different thing that I was trying to solve here. Okay, well, I guess technically this is done. So we should probably make a component eventually that gets all of this, like base64 image data, puts all of this code into some other component for us. Yeah, otherwise I think we're going to have a problem here. Because this stuff happens all over the place. Like all over the place. If you go to play.bot.land, you can see it. If I log in, these show up here. They show up here and here. When you're editing your script, it shows up. And all of these are going to need to be changed. There's a lot of sections. Okay, how about this? Let's do the next step, which is when you click one of these. What happened here? Oh, this might just be an old tab. Or maybe it's actually broken. No, it is just broken. That's too bad. Fully qualified name is undefined. Image name is undefined. That's strange. Item ID is 19. What is that? 19, wasp head. So what happened? Get item template, return undefined? So then this should have just exited. How did it even get to this code? If not util.exists item template. What? Yeah, what? That makes no sense. So let's put a conditional breakpoint here. Fully qualified name equals undefined. That way we don't ever have that happen again. So when you fetch, you just fetch it from the atlas? Thought it was a fetch as an HTTP request. No, this particular fetch is... Okay, so at some point, those sprite sheets are downloaded. This is still up in the air. This is one of the things I need to work on today. But then after that's done, I don't know if you remember this, but these have gray images and then an exact same image, but colored with red and green. So the way that this works is these are composited using the colors the user suggested. So you can colorize these images without needing a million different sprites. So that's the part that I'm working on. I take this piece and I say take in these colors like blue and pink, and I say form just the base64 image data behind representing this piece. So that way I can do all these different kinds of bots. How do you get base64 string from a sprite? That's not that hard to do. Either WebGL canvas or the regular canvas has functions to turn those into base64 strings. Okay, Jay Buxley, enjoy your food. All right, so let's see. Is this happening still? Oh, it probably broken, but I didn't have this open. Either way, this makes no sense, and I don't think this is really what's going on. I think there's some other problem. Yeah, because that breakpoint wasn't hit. .then is not a function. Or it means that we're not returning a promise even from there. I think I just need to do this. This happens every single time, right? If I click this again, yes, it's happening. So what we need to set a breakpoint before that, up here, for example, and then click this button, and we get item template. Oh, it does exist. And then something in here is failing? Oh, return cache data. Oh, whoops. If I click on toggle FPS view and turn off shaders, actually nothing happens. Is that what you expected because it's a testing feature for localhost? No, you're probably playing from a computer, in which case you might not notice any impact. So toggle FPS view when I go into the arena, like the frame rate is going to stay pretty much steady here. If I turn off shaders, it's going to affect mobile platforms way more. So currently there are shaders on all of these bots, but they're doing absolutely nothing. But by having them there, they're affecting performance as though they were doing something. So if you were to load this on an iPad and try it out, yeah, you would notice a pretty big difference. What are you trying to optimize? Better loading times needed for the game at the moment? I guess what I'm trying to get at is it's going to impact the users or business in a large way. I think it will eventually. I don't think right now it's the most important thing to do, but I think this is as good a time as any to start doing this, and I've already started the work. In the future, the reason why I think it's an important thing is because when you go to play.bot.land, this should load almost immediately. And right now, there's 5 megabytes of stuff to download. So if you were on your phone and you were trying to load this page, you might be like, nah, I'm not going to check this game out. And then that's one potential user we don't have playing the game. So let's change that. Yeah. So 5.3 megabytes just to load the login page. What I'd like to get this down to is like 1 or 2 megabytes at most to load the login page, and then the rest of these kind of just filter in on the fly. I think it'll make the experience a lot better. Also, I didn't expect it to take this long to do. That was the other thing. So I think this is important, but I didn't expect it to take 2 entire days, possibly more. Did you try line padding top and line padding bottom in ST settings? I don't know if I did, but I'm also pretty happy with how things are rendering now. I mean, I could check those out. Line padding. Additional spacing at the top of each line. Yeah, we can test this. Set it to something like 5. Yeah, I don't care about this, I think. I'm guessing you'd set it to a smaller number, but still, yeah, I'm pretty happy with how it is already. Where do I know if I have it turned on or off? Yeah, there's no real indication of that right now. If you attack or you defend, that's where it would be showing. And like I said, it wouldn't really be obvious unless you were doing this from a phone. So I have my phone here. If I go to play.bot.land, let's see. That way I can just show you guys this. Oh wait, but I need to log in and I don't know my password. Alright, never mind. I'm not going to show you guys this. Did it work? Yeah, it worked, Hideo. And I gave you a point too. And I wanted to distill just what I need to show an image like that. Because what calls into this is what's in charge of lazy loading it. Yeah, this is all in a lazy load. Why does my rating go down when I beat someone? I see a kappa. If you're actually asking a question, then I can get you the answer. If you're just asking to be snarky, then, well, whatever. I'll link it in regardless. This is, yeah, why did my rating go up despite losing a game? Okay. So yeah, next is when you click on something in store preview. The code needs to breathe. Okay. By the way, what is this doing right now? What is this downloading? Yeah, 12 megabytes. So I guess it's not downloading sprite sheets. Does that make sense? So it's not downloading any of these, which is, yeah, 2.5 megabytes. Actually, even these. Yep, I think that's right. That's because the bundle file is gigantic right now, right? Yeah, 11 megabytes of that. Makes sense. Yeah, Hideo, that's what I'm thinking about. I just want to figure out exactly how I'm going to do that. So the first thing I'm going to do here is convert the store preview to use this code. Then I want to extract out a common component for them. So we just need to copy paste this stuff. So store preview sets the state. Then we have component did mount, unmount, whatever. And this is item data. It's not that though. It's store selected item ID. We need to change that, I think. Just weird to lose rating. Yeah, I totally agree. I don't know if it was obvious on this site at all, but yeah, to address this, I either can't show you your rating estimate or I have to come up with a better way of estimating it. Yeah. So I totally agree, Darkstorm. I definitely need to fix that at some point. Okay, next up is load base64 data. We need to do this the same way we did it here, which is this function. Selected item ID, where does that come from? This .props.store selected item ID. So this .props.store selected item ID, and then this changes into this. Then everything's good, right? No, not quite. Let me just do this. There. Let's try that out. So now we should be able to click the previews and it should load. Does it work? Yes, it does. So what we could do here is have this load in the other images entirely. We should really try that out. So where's one that's different? I think this one is different. Let's try it. That's the steamroller head. Yeah, so steamroller head, when in detailed view, has these 3 lines and has a little bit of shading in the top of its window. That shading is, oh, well, it's a little bit different. There's like a hook on it. But anyway, those 3 lines don't show up in the regular view and they do show up in the detailed view. So those are what we're going to be looking for. How would I go about doing this? All right, let's just trick it for right now. And the constructor of this will say global.foo equals false. And then in here, global.foo so if it's true, we'll get it from the detailed view. And we'll get the detailed art. So then what we're going to do here is when we try to fetch this, we'll say global.foo equals true. So this is a huge no-no. I'm just testing something out really quickly. Let's try it. Click store, we go over to here. We click the steamroller. Where's the steamroller? There it is. Oh, that didn't work. Darn it. Oh, I know why that happened. Actually, it's loaded the detailed view for everything. Oh, I put this in the wrong file. That's why. Okay, never mind. Can you measure the memory footprint of the game? Yeah, I can. And right now on play.bot.land, it's about 5 megabytes. And then afterward, it loads a bunch of other stuff. At some point, I will need to look into the other stuff. But for right now, it's not too important. Okay, this is still not working the way I would have expected it to. Because that would mean that this is getting called. Preview is here, and this is just for the image. Yeah, something's wrong. Oh, the preview starts out at null. Okay, so fine. We just need to say this. There. So now it won't get affected. Let's try it. I know this is super hacky. Okay, so you can see this is the low detail artwork, and when I click this, it shows the high detail artwork, and you can see differences in the wasp's eye, but some of these are going to be more obvious. Like this has just details that aren't visible there at all. So what's really happening, and we got to make sure this is the case because this means that my new image system is working correctly, is that when we load the game, we go to the store, we click cosmetics, it loads whatever it needs to, sure. Then as soon as we click one of these, it should download a brand new sprite sheet. And it does. It downloads botland6.png. So that was 187 kilobytes that otherwise would never have needed to be downloaded for the game. So if I click this, it downloads Botland 11. If I click this again, it doesn't need to download it again. However, these things keep happening. From memory cache, yeah. So then, that's not bad at all. Yeah, and then once I've loaded all of these, it's not going to have to load them again. So even if I go out of the page and come back in, yeah, loaded a bunch from the memory cache. Did it download these again? Wait a second. Did it download this again? I think it did. That would be terribly wrong. No, it didn't. Okay, never mind. That was confusing. Yeah, it's not downloading any of these. There will be one or two that it needs to get a different sprite sheet for, which so far, none of those. Should be something here that does this. What's going on? And no, best alloys, I was saying the memory footprint at load is 5 megabytes. Then afterward, yes, it definitely goes up from that. Unless I downloaded all of these, we definitely should be triggering another actual sprite sheet. Yeah, it's transferred 3 kilobytes right now. Why is it not? What, none of these are on a different one? I must not be understanding something here. Yeah, I must not be understanding. Let's take a look. So there are 9 of these that have detailed sprites on them. When does it download the 9 of them? So I want to filter this to just botland. So it downloaded the not detailed ones. Here it downloaded 2 detailed ones. That seems strange. It downloaded this. Open a new tab. Oh, I know why. Oh, never mind. All this makes sense now. Okay, so take a look. The wasp head is on here, but just the colored image. On 6, you find the base image. So that's a problem. Those should be on the same sprite sheet. Is the battle log only for defense? Yeah, it's only for defense. And what's an unranked match? There's no info in the FAQ. Like when someone's rating is too high? No. I was meaning, hang on. So first, hang on. I will definitely answer you. Well, let me write this down for now. So try to make sure that maybe this is a silly thing to do. Yeah. I'll just write this here. FYI, I probably won't be able to easily prevent downloading multiple sprite sheets, even when attempting to load only a single colorized image. This is because the base image and mask may be placed into separate sprite sheets. I don't know how I would easily prevent this. Hey, Boy Dreamer. Okay, so Darkstorm, unranked matches. The reason why I said give me a second for this is because someone's asked about this. Yeah, make a not FAQ about how matchmaking works. Yeah, people have been asking about unranked matches. The short story is this. You have played enough games where you've played against everyone who you could have played against in the last day. So the matchmaker can only find people you've already played against. And when it does that, they become unranked. But I'll go write an answer on this because who knows how many more times I'll be asked before I finally get to this. You missed the release party. What are unranked matches? Why am I only being entered into unranked matches? So you're actually dyeing the red and green portions of your loaded base 64 string? No, it's not in that order. So what you're suggesting sounds like this. 1, load image. 2, convert to base 64. 3, colorize the image. How it actually works is like this. Is load the image, then colorize it, and then convert it to base 64. Is it daily or overall? It's a 24-hour sliding window. So I'll write all that down in the FAQ. So yeah, loading the image and colorizing it, this is all just done through some APIs in Pixie. And then converting to base 64 is actually also an API. But then once it's a string, I don't modify that string. That would be crazy. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Hideo. I'm going to write that down. So at the time of writing, February 22nd, 2017, the only possible way to enter into an unranked match is if you've already played against all possible defenders in the last 24 hours. So I need to write why this is the case, write how it gets fixed, and write Wow, this eventually... won't be, well, shouldn't be a problem. How fast can I type? There's a video right there, half and half. Glico.net/glico/glico2.pdf. That is questionable, right? Like, why not? Why not just not have a subdirectory? So the reason, let's go take a look at the database and see what's happening here. So if we say get contact matchmaker, this is get invalid matches for player, which calls into here, which is this function. So we check, this is 1 day's worth of time. Select all of the defenders whose end time happened to be within the last day. Yes. Also, I guess we technically only care about ranked matches where that happened. Oh, darn it. Yeah, that's true. We only care about ranked matches. No, do we? Maybe we don't. Oh man, you can exploit this though. Oh god. Oh, wait a second. Actually, maybe this is why people are running into this issue. Oh, I think there's actually a bug here. Yeah. Hey, Samael. Yeah, there's kind of a bug, but I don't know if I can fix this without having an exploit in the game. So what the above says is if I've played any match against you in the last 24 hours, then I can't play against you again. And that's problematic because of this scenario. So scenario 1, you played against everybody. 2, you find a new match. It is forced to be unranked due to the above. Let's say at like 1 p.m. on Monday. You find a new match at noon on Tuesday due to the above. So, okay, great. And then now that you've found a match, you won't be able to play against that person again until noon on Wednesday. Yeah, so this is probably not totally what you expect. That's Entrin. Wait, what is that? This was actually, this happened twice yesterday. Oh man, Bador made this originally, and I just made it so that it interpolated angles a little bit smoother. Alright, so here's the issue. Let's say you eventually are able to play against someone in a friendly match. So what this code would do is it would stop you from playing against them in a ranked match after that, because in the friendly match you learn how to beat them, and in the ranked match it would actually count for something. But by doing this, you could actually become friends with, let's say the rankings look like this. Like players 2 through 8 are your friends, and you're rank number 9, and you hate rank number 1 for some reason. That person. So what you do is you play friendly games against players 2 through 8, and now the matchmaker can't find those people anymore. So now you're going to be pitted right up against player number 1, or at least you have a better chance of that. So that's the exploit that exists here. Now, this exploit is impossible because I haven't made friendly matches, but yeah. I guess I found my new screensaver. Yeah. Alright, so what do we do? So solution number one would be just leave this as is. If we ever add friendly matches, then an exploit will exist. And solution number two is only disallow playing against someone if you played a ranked match against them recently. What is better? Well, okay, let's say Botland had 10,000 players. Then you'll never play unranked matches unless you play 10,000 games in a day. So if you manage to play 10,000 games in a day, yeah, I guess neither one of these is really a problem. Yeah, alright, so for the sake of alpha balancing, I think we change this. So we put an end where is ranked equals 1. And then I write so this only exists here so that while we don't have a lot of players in the population, or, well, a large player base. What this does is only prevents you from playing against a player if you played a ranked match against them recently. The reason why we eventually don't want this is because if Botland is popular, then unranked matches should never actually happen. No, I assumed it was a translation thing. Okay. Yeah, so this actually kind of fixes a bug. In fact, there are probably people on Botland right now who have not played a ranked match in the last entire day. Let's go check this out. Is the entire game written in JS? Yeah, it is. And hey, MVPBD. It's quite a name. Oh, whoops, this is the wrong... Oh, darn it. I meant to take this one. Okay. So here's what we have to do. We have to figure out who's playing the most games. So find out who's playing the most matches here. So it is Jew. And then that means that Jew probably hasn't played any ranked matches in the last entire day, right? Select is ranked end time from matches where attacker ID equals, what is Jew's? 32, order by end time. That was a new player, almost definitely. These could have been new players. Yeah, let's select the player ID. Yeah, it's in the browser right now. And sorry. Yeah, so let's see. Number 3. This is actually not a new player. But when was the last time they played against 3? Never. Who is player number 3? select name from users where ID equals 3. 10 trumpets. So, Kazoos, you didn't make a defense until whatever this day is, 22nd, today. Okay, well, that's fine. So yeah, I think this is a problem. And I think, yeah, wow, that's too bad. So basically because Ju has played so much, how do we do this? We want to select count star from matches where attacker ID equals 32 and is ranked equals 1. So I think this number is going to be exactly the same number that we see right here, 32, but minus 1 because he can't play against himself. So I'm guessing this is going to be 31. It is 34. Okay, I don't actually know why that is, but it could be that he didn't play against everybody each day. However, this is a problem for right now. Yep, it's a problem for right now. Because Ju basically has no way to get money in the game unless I fix this. So not this only exists. This should only exist here. Well, we don't have a large player base. What this does is prevent you from playing against a player if you played a ranked match against them recently. That means well, I guess I'll say it this way. What this does is allows you to play against a player. No. Is because if Ballland is popular, then unranked matches should never actually happen. Until that time, though, players who play 50 plus games a day have no way of earning Botcoin because the matches will be unranked, and unranked matches will cause future matches against that person to be unranked as well. Yeah. Whew. Okay, so that's pretty severe. So let's check that in. Where's database wrapper? There. Yeah, that's all I changed. Should probably test that. You could just AstroTurf it with like 200 mediocre defenses for people to beat. Yeah. It's kind of what Hideo wants, I think. Well, and fake attackers too. Basically like bot accounts. Anyway. Fix bug with unranked matches. So previously, I didn't allow you to play a ranked match against someone who you played against in the last 24 hours, regardless of whether that last match was ranked or unranked. This, well, not you ranked. This meant that if you played a number of games every day equal to the number of possible defenders, that you could never earn Botcoin by attacking again. Because all matches would be considered unranked after the first day. Well, this isn't technically true. Not until more people sign up for the game. Because all matches would be considered unranked after the first day. And playing matches would, and yeah, playing these matches. Okay, so I fixed this for now by only preventing you from playing against players when you recently played a ranked match against them. I don't even know what that is, Virus Firefly, but hi. Alright, so check that in, and then let's go write this down. So at the time of writing, the only possible way to enter into an unranked match is if you already played against all possible defenders in the last 24 hours. I think I should write it this way. Note, this was written and may have changed since then. Enough time has passed. So unranked matches, okay, how about this? How do I say this? In Botland, if you've seen a player's defense, if you've beaten a player's defense, then chances are that you'll be able to beat it again the second time you play against it with exactly the same strategy. In order to prevent people from abusing this property of Botland, we give defenders 24 hours after losing a match to change their defense. During that time, well, and yeah, Imager, G240. Why even implement something like unranked? It's not going to happen. I think what you're saying is if it's not going to eventually happen, and there are a couple of reasons to do it. It won't happen completely organically, I think, but there are ways that it would eventually happen. So most games, if they get popular enough, eventually have like an unranked or a casual or a friendly mode. And Botland would probably eventually have something like that. So I think having the foundation for that to work is pretty important. So in Botland, if you've beaten a player's defense, then chances are, well, I'll just say, then you'll be able to beat it again the second time you play against it with exactly the same strategy. In order to prevent people from abusing that property, we give defenders 24 hours after losing a match to change their defense before they're able to be found as a match with the same attacker. Stated differently, this means that you can't attack the same person twice in 24 hours and have them count as ranked matches. While Botland is still growing, we don't want players to try attacking and get an error. Scroll this whole thing down. And get an error like, you have played against all possible players. Please come back later. So I've provided the ability for you to play unranked matches. Why is the second message new, even if there's an even newer message from the Lost to End? Did you watch those replays, G240? When you watch a replay, it's no longer marked as new. And when you log in a second time, it's no longer marked as new. So for example, yeah, so take a look at this. and attacked me, if I click replay and then exit, it's no longer marked as new. But if this one was marked as new and I hadn't done that, then that would be exactly the scenario you ran into. So yeah, if you view this, did he win, by the way? Defeated your defense, yeah. Well, good job, Andon. Wait, how did you win? What, this one bot kills me in the end? Also, why are my bots aren't using repair? Well, they don't even have repair. This is an old version of my defense. Oh, well, if they had that, then you better believe I would have won. Right? My defense currently has it. Wait, it doesn't? Oh, I never saved, did I? Or something went wrong here. Did I just forget? I probably tested it and just never saved it. Oh my god. Alright, fine. There. Now it's been updated. Let's go take a look. No, they're still not doing it. Oh, I forgot to save the code too. Oh man, I screwed up a lot of this. It will repair. There. So save that and now test it. There we go. Hey, Yellow League. And hey, Artie. Yeah, that's too bad. I forgot to save my defense. So they weren't using area repair. I spent my hard-earned money on that. Wow, your defense skill is now down 19 points. What are the rankings? This is sad. This is just sad. Defense ranking is 1055. No. That puts me at rank 14. But that's just, everyone's cheating. That's what they're doing. They're cheating. How to speed up replays? Press plus or minus on your keyboard. Yeah, I've been attacked 10 times in the last day. Which should be obvious by just looking at this screen, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 10 times. Losing in my own game. Well, that was a mistake I made. I will probably still lose, but whatever. Okay. Okay, so the only way you should get unranked matches is if you've played ranked matches against all possible defenders in the last 24 hours. In that case, the only way to get ranked matches is to wait. Eventually, this shouldn't be a problem because Botland should have more than, like 100 people, 100 valid defenders at any given time. You should always have plenty of people to choose from. Well, really, 500 valid defenders. The more people that play, the more likely there are to be lots of players around your skill level too. So the matchmaker shouldn't have to pair you with players of drastically different. Well. Okay, so does this make sense? Because I think my wording on this might be a little bit weird. So let's see. What are unranked matches? In Botland, if you've beaten a player's defense, then you'll likely be able to beat it again the second time you play against it with the same strategy. In order to prevent people from abusing that property of Botland, we give defenders 24 hours after losing a match to change their defense before they're able to be matched with the same attacker. Stated differently, this means that you can't attack the same person twice in 24 hours and have them both count as ranked matches. However, while botland is still growing, we don't want players to try attacking in an era like you've played against all possible players, please come back later. So I provided the ability for you to play unranked matches. The only way you should get unranked matches for now is if you've played ranked matches against all possible defenders in the last 24 hours. In that case, yeah, I'll just get rid of that. Eventually, this shouldn't be a problem because botland should have more than 500 valid defenders at any given time, so you should always have plenty of people to choose from. The more people that play, the more likely there are to be lots of players around your skill level too. The more likely it is. Well, I don't think I even need to write this. Whoops. Why does it keep happening? If the game is unranked, the player should know it. The player does know it. If you play a game and it's not ranked, it'll say in the last line, actually let me just show you, pre-attack screen. Yeah, the last line will say, this match will not count toward your rating. Cool. So yeah, so this isn't telling me that, so I know that it's ranked. But yeah, after you click the attack button, the only way you'd know is if you cancel out of this screen and click attack again. It'll say you were already in a match with that person. And if it was unranked, it would say that this won't count toward your ranking, I'm pretty sure. I hope so. Let's find out. You were already in a match, you started this. Yeah, render whether it's a ranked match. So yeah, you should always know when you enter a match, is this ranked or not? We have the same bot because I made all the steamroller pieces free. Oh, after the game, you'd also know. So let me show you what happens when a game ends. So when the game ends, if it was ranked, you would see your rating change. And if it's not ranked, I think it tells you then too. Match results. Yeah, you did not earn any bot coin because the match was unranked. So yeah, you'd be told about that. With all your stuff open, how is your OBS not lagging? It's my computer specs that make it not lag. Because believe me, it used to lag before I upgraded my CPU. So yeah, 1 bot coin. Oh, wait a second. Maybe? No, never mind. Let's take a quick look at that too. Make it these roll-ups. Some attack bot coin earned as attack bot coin. Oh my god, this is totally wrong. Alright, I see the bug. That was dumb. So, you know what this is doing? This is currently returning this you earned 4 bot coin. This is how many other people beat you. That's always this number, 4. So defeated your defense, defeated your defense, defeated your defense, defeated your defense. Yeah, and one of these must have been unranked. Well, that's questionable. Oh wait, I clicked the wrong thing. Yeah, there are only, there are 5 of these. All right, I don't know. But either way, I definitely screwed that up. I need to fix that. I wrote the query wrong. I'm finding all matches where you were the defender and summing the attack bot coin earned. But you were the defender for those matches. So you shouldn't earn any. Oh, I know why this happened actually. It's very likely because one of these players already got 25 bot coin in that day. I think you should change the rating text on unranked match too. Now it's your rating did not change from X. Yeah, the text could eventually... The text could change. I'm not gonna do anything about that right now. And what's my CPU usage? It's about 20%. Memory usage is pretty high. That's probably because of all the different node processes that I have. Yeah, and all these Chrome windows that are open. Let's close those. Ooh, no. Oh my god, I didn't save this. Okay. Clarify unranked matches. Thank goodness for that. Okay. Yeah, so did that lower the usage on this a lot? 9.5. We probably had to go close a bunch of other stuff too. Yeah, 9. It's probably caching things too. Update HTML title to ranked match or match to see whenever you're in a match with multiple browser tabs open. Mario, I don't think that would be necessary. But still, like I said, I can change this stuff later. Yeah, the UI might have an indication, but it wouldn't be in the tab title, I think. Okay. So, I wrote this stuff. I examined everything. We can get rid of this. Global.foo can be gone from here too. Cool. So now in this store preview, get rid of this. And there we go. So the store preview stuff is working. But it really should be refactored so that there's an easier way to do this. Refactor anywhere that I'm using base64 images in the DOM so that I can just compose the component from something else that will handle loading for me. Just middle click some random tabs. Yeah, I think we've actually had a decent amount of activity on Botland today. Yeah, 1.3 games per minute. I mean, that's not bad considering it's been online for 3 hours, so we've had 251 games being played. So I kind of want to check in what I've started with here, which means I really should make another branch if I'm going to do this. Oh man. So we changed a bunch of these to get sprite sync, get rid of setup pixie, get rid of render. Yeah, let's delete all of this. Yeah, those have been commented out for right now. Yeah, I think this will take the rest of the day. So I think the next step is going to be clean up the current commit. What is this? I added commented out code here? Why did I do that? Let's get rid of that and that. Oh, this is for a totally different thing. Yeah, we're gonna need to write this in somewhere else. When it comes to code splitting. We're never gonna get done with this. Where's the code splitting stuff? Just quit, it doesn't matter. I'll get back to that. But a lot changed in this class. And it's still gonna have a lot more changes. Do you have access to all of our passwords? Because, no, I don't have access to your passwords. I can show you what a saved password looks like. So this is me. If I select my password from here, my password looks like this. I'll just paste this into chat. So if you can figure out how to get what my password is from there, then good job. I don't even know what my password is, by the way. I copy pasted from KeePass. like it's not impossible to figure it out, but it should take such an like a gross amount of time to do that it's not really feasible. Antimatter tape. Yeah, it used to be password. Not anymore, it's not. Alright, so yeah, I need to clean up this. Salted hash, yeah. I don't know if you saw this, but yeah, it is. Okay, so I need to clean that up. Then I need to refactor that. I think we're going to do this after lunch, to be honest. Where did I write this down? Yeah. So get sprite is technically done. Clean up the commit. Check into a new branch since I'll be breaking botland. Yeah, definitely Cosmetics Darkstorm. You know, I actually should give everyone a Botcoin boost right now because the players who've been playing for a while haven't been getting it how they should have been. Okay, come on. This is the one time. EJ, if you're not going to type it, then I'm going to type it. Fine, I'm going to type it. Why is pressing enter not working here? There. Booster riot. Yeah, I think the people who played a bunch of matches, when I get back, that's what I should do. Actually, you know what? Let's just do it now. Let's find out who's been playing the most matches and just give those top players. So everyone that you see here. So let's do this. So we search for the parenthesis. We get all of these. Then we put commas after all of these lines. Join them. So let's just do this. Select name from users where ID in. So here are the people who will be getting a boost. And the boost that I will do, update users, set botcoin equal botcoin plus 20, where ID in here. Well, let's do it this way. Select name botcoin from users. And let's update them now. Okay. So original table and new table. Yeah. It's busy typing a nice message. Okay. Why was Infees matched against me twice? Oh yeah, Infinity was just playing a lot, and it's okay to get matched against someone twice as long as they're unranked matches. So and in your battle log, you should see something like this, like Infees attack was thwarted, and then 0 and 0 there, meaning that your rank wasn't actually changed. Also, Infees been buying cosmetic pieces. Yeah, so the reason I'm doing this, by the way, is because some people, like the people who've basically been playing tons of matches, so really probably just these 4 or 5 people, they weren't able to get Botcoin because of a bug. So that's why I gave you guys more. And actually, I guess I cut it off right at Ski Talk. Alright. Yeah, I'm going to get going to lunch for now. So standard procedure here. When I come back, I'll be back for about 4 hours probably. And we're going to keep working on just optimizing the load time. So yeah, take care. Thanks for watching so far, everybody. I'll see you guys after lunch. It'll be about half an hour. I'll set this for 40 minutes though. is in a database. So R1 know you'll make it on to tomorrow or Fridays if you're not already on here. So yeah, take care, guys. a great idea, J Bugsy. Sure, it's very professional today. Yeah, thanks. Okay, so yeah, cloak is overpowered. I'll write this down. Yeah, so let's go do this. Where is it? I wrote it on here somewhere. I can't find it now. Yeah, here it is. Clean up the commit, check into a new branch. Yeah. Okay. Let's go take care of it. So cutting out setup Pixie for now, cutting out the render function. That's fine. That's fine. That's all fine. Yeah, you did hear a new branch. Cool, 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 cool. Gotta change the comments on these. Promise a promise that resolves to base 64 image data. Then same thing here. Alright, so hopefully not too much changed here. Yeah, it's generally the same. Then in initialize, we're no longer doing anything with sprites. That's fine. Why new branch now? Because this commit is going to break the code base. Typically, I don't make a new branch if the commit is in working order. If I'm working on a big feature, but each individual commit is still fine, I won't make a new branch. But if I'm working on a new feature and a commit is going to stop things from working fine, then I'll make a new branch. And yeah, I don't typically make branches a lot, and it's for what I just mentioned. Okay. So yeah, there's some duplicated code here that I'd like to get rid of, and we'll find out how to. Then there's some code I need to comment here. How many people play Botland right now? That's a good question. I can figure out who's playing matches. Which, hang on, I'll show you in just a sec. Yeah, so I can show you who's playing matches here. So today there have been this many games, which is 536 games today. But it's not very many people playing. So you can see all the different people who've been playing here. There's like a decent amount of players today who played more than 10 matches. That's not bad. And remember, I'm not doing anything to advertise Botland right now. So if someone's not on the stream, they're probably not playing the game. Can you teleport while cloaked? Yes, you can. This will... Yeah, there we go. So gets some properties about colorize sprite. for use by the sync/async versions of the getColorizeSprite function. Actually, that last one, let's just say returns an object. So ColorizeSprite, this is where the synchronous and asynchronous versions of the getColorizeSprite function can converge, since this part is synchronous. Except for it doesn't really work the way, I guess it does, yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I might as well write that down. So a lot of that's just not going to work. Yeah. This actually in particular, we can check into this branch. Specify a val source maps. The cheap source map option wasn't working for me any longer. It would be offset by a line or two. So it was really frustrating to try to set breakpoints in Chrome. Yeah, the rest of that though we can check into a different branch. This should be deleted. What? Notepad 2? I don't even know what I just did to... Oh, I see. Alright, it's because it's not versioned. Okay, so we want to make a new branch and then check this in. So new branch, commit to optimize load time. Is convert several sprite functions to be async. So this commit breaks the state of botland right now because it's incomplete. Oh, R1, thanks for subbing. Nice. Yeah, I feel like our sub count is slowly going up now. it was going down the last few days. Yeah, it's at 95 now. All right. So this converts, well, so some functions are asynchronous now for loading sprites on demand. But the only place sprites are actually working is in the store pages. And even then, there's duplicated code. We're going to be bathing in buttons. This is why you are not the manager of the budget, JBugsy. Alright. So clean up, check into a new branch, and now refactor this stuff. So these are the ones that have very similar code. So if I were to refactor this into another class, let's see how I would do it. What if I just had like a generic base64 image component? So it's got the isLoaded stuff here. It knows whether this is mounted yet. Then here, this is going to have to change. This is basically if the image source, if the image source hasn't changed, then don't do anything. Otherwise, load this. And in load, we're going to have to do something like this.props.load base64 data. So I'd need to bind this function coming in. And then if we get it, we just call set state. And then in render, how would I do this part now? Oh, Kaitar, you too. Jeez. Everyone's subbing today. Thanks. Mitchell, I think you're a bit mistaken on this. But we didn't want to tell you. First stream I ever subscribed to? Well, I appreciate it, Kaitar. Always nice to have people coming in. Yeah, R1, no, that's not going to work for right now because Phantom Bot is not the greatest. I need to update it, but I'm pretty sure it's a bug with that says, hey, you need to be a subscriber to use that even though you are a subscriber. Also, at some point, how many people... Let me think about this. I think people could have been subscribed right now for 4 months, but I think Wowter might have had 5 months. Anyway, we should be seeing the new icons in about a month. Yeah, I don't know what I'm saying. I just say we sometimes. Okay, so how do I want to do this? I guess the first thing to figure out is, should this return something like this? A generic base64 image. And then it would have 2 props here. Image source. And then this wouldn't be needed. And then load base64 data. Excuse me. You should be on 6 months and 1.5 weeks? Wow. Okay, and so loading this would be a function that does this. But then we want a style for this too, I guess. Actually, in this particular case, it was... I don't want this to happen. Yeah, I gotta figure out how this is gonna work. J Bugsy wanted in on that quotation mark action. So this is a div with it as a background. The store preview, though, doesn't have it as a div with that as a background, does it? Well, it has a different style, I guess. We could pass in a class name or a set of class names. No, except for can we? Style that background image is needed there. It's true rendering. So Hideo, yeah, I'm not totally sure what I'm doing either. That's why I didn't save a file yet. I'm trying to figure out how I want this to work. In general, I have a pattern where I want to get base64 data asynchronously. So I thought, okay, I'll make a component that does this. But yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on. There's probably a better way to do this. No, Nalabo, this is JavaScript. Yeah, so by doing things this way, then only when this renders will this render. And when this renders is when I'll try loading the data. But then as soon as it's not rendered anymore, I guess it would still be mounted. Let me see when this unmounts. Hey, Bother. Hey P3D images, welcome back. Component will unmount called for store item image. Got the idea and thought it was great, started losing it at the props. How would you do that then? And Nalabu, it's probably Sublime that you're talking about? Let me take a look at something. So do these ever unmount? No, that's actually, okay, that's good. So you don't like how there are props here then, Hideo, but then how would I know when the component updated? These props I think are necessary. Yeah, Hideo, how do you suggest doing this? Because I was thinking the other way I could do it. No, I'm not sure. I need this function to be somewhere, and I want it to be contained in this special component so that this logic is there. So it needs to have some way of knowing how to load the data. Yeah, I can't think of how else I do this. What are you guys linking to me? Oh, yes. The resentment is growing. So I want to have the logic for loading base64 data asynchronously contained to a single component. So what I thought I'd do is something like this. But the problem is this particular function could change based on how we want to load data. Hideo is probably furiously typing, so I'll give him a second. Is there a free version of Sublime? Yes. It is called Sublime. So you can just go to sublimetext.com. Sublime is what's called Nagware. So it's free to use forever, but every 20 times you save, you're going to get a dialog that pops up saying, hey, are you sure you don't want to spend some money on this program? And if you click, yeah, I'm sure, then it doesn't do anything. You just go back to using the program. I get what you're doing, just not my usual way of doing things. I mean, if I have a component in charge of loading base64 data for reusability, the component, only by including it, should be able to load it and not rely on props for telling it how to load data. For me, that's not reusable. Well, so, okay, I think the key thing here is the component isn't being told how, it's being told what to load. Well, I guess it kind of is being told how because I'm passing in a function. But the reusability, yeah, I guess I see what you're saying because I need to pass in this image source and base64 data. So here, this is for store item image would look like this. Let's do it this way. Store item image uses this. And then store preview would use it this way. Like I said, I had to pass in class names and everything too. So how does this work? Yeah. And let's see where else I do this stuff. Because there's something like this on the script edit page. There's a bot podium. Bot podium just takes in the data from whatever calls it. Should just be like an image tag. You pass it a URI and something and it works. Okay. Let me think about that. Because yeah, that probably is a better way of doing this. But let me see how I would do this here. This would be something for blueprints. Blueprints doesn't even show this. What am I doing? Let's edit blueprint. So I would do this same thing here. And this would be, if the cosmetics change, then we change how we get this. Oh yeah, sorry P3D images, I didn't see that. Yeah, this is in the FAQ. Yeah, Hideo, I'm not sure how I would accommodate something like this. I'll have to think about this more. No, Badr, I said hi, Badr. What? I said hi to you. How are you making images out of base 64? Can't you do it in line? So, it can't really be done in line because there could be a lot to forming it. Like, let's say you're editing a bot, which I can't even show you right now. That's a great question, noob. Also, what happened there? Yeah, nice. So let's say you're editing a bot. You have just the IDs of these 3 items, and they need to form an image. And also your colors, I guess. So the way that works is different from just saying like, oh yeah, give me base 64 image data. It's also, oh yeah, colorize the pieces correctly, load in the sprite sheets if you have to. Can't you just pass the image source or whatever that is? I mean, it's used twice in 2 props. Yeah, the function used to form the image is different though. I guess I could make different components out of that maybe. And thanks, Digitape. Alright, sorry Badr, I was lying. You're right. I hate your guts. Yeah, because the load function used is different. Get base 64 image data on its own takes in a cosmetics loadout, but then get base 64 image data from item takes in an item and then forms it. So it's the difference between forming it for a single bot or forming it for a single piece or a weapon item or something like that. Is find closest enemy bot block deprecated? It's not really deprecated. I haven't removed it, and so it's only obtainable via snippets right now. But you can still use it. What do you think of JS as a language generally? I like it. So then, Hideo, would it make more sense to still do things this way, I guess? Because the image source is basically how to detect that this thing has changed, and then here's how you actually get the data. So yeah, I can understand not wanting to tell a component how to do it, but in this case, the component itself maybe shouldn't know. Okay, okay. So then, Hideo, this does kind of make sense, because I think this would actually work out pretty well. The only other thing is I need to figure out how this thing would render. Maybe I don't even worry about that, though. Maybe I do it like this. Maybe I say div, and then in here I just put this image, and this renders it as a div no matter what. I'll need to think how that works. But yeah, I think it's probably worth saving this class. Do you have any error tracking when things crash when the game is running? Yeah, I have some. In general, things haven't really just crashed. So I can usually just go look at the logs or something. Does that help? No, I know how I would do this. This is something I'm already kind of doing right now. The problem is I don't have the base 64 data necessarily. So what this component does, this component that I have written here, is when it tries to render or whenever it updates, if the data is changed, it'll go load the base 64 data itself. Now that might involve fetching a sprite sheet from the server and then finally returning it. So this component wraps all of that logic. I think I would pass only image source and do the call on the component for readability instead of doing it in the props. Wait, let me see what you're talking about here. Yeah, I see what you're saying. You're saying instead of doing it this way, do it this way. That would work as long as I know what the arguments are all the time, which I probably do. Maybe. No, actually, there are going to be some cases where that's not true. Like what exactly? Maybe that always will be true. Generic image source load base 64 handler. Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I could probably do it that way. Okay. Well, let's try that out. So I'm going to save this as a component. Generic base 64 image. We'll take a look. So let's just get rid of this for now. And then this actually probably should have its own. No, this is actually how we'll do it. Yeah, okay. So when we get this, we'll say this dot props dot load base 64 data. This dot props dot image source. Then we get the base 64 data, and then we render it, and we've got a style set here, so that's going to have to change probably. And then over here we can say import. So this needs to be image source. Yeah, MySQL error. I don't know who that is. And this lets us get rid of. Wait, store item image. Wait, what is the problem here? Generic base 64 image. I've screwed something up. Well, we'll find that in a sec. So we can get rid of this. We can get rid of this and this and this and this. And then this can simply be almost what we have here. Perfect. Except for this. This is not perfect. Well, let's just comment this out for now. Then we don't need this div here, I guess. So that's everything. This isn't building correctly. Oh no, it is building correctly now. Hey, One Show. Badr, what is the other name? Because I've looked at the names. I didn't see anything like very obvious there. So store preview might be set, or no, store image it might be set, but I kind of doubt this is going to be working. Let's take a look. So we click this. Oh, it did work. Wow. That's pretty good. Cool. But then for store preview, it has a different style, so this will work differently. Oh, just created now. Okay, then I wouldn't have seen it. All right, so this is all going to go away, except we want the style stuff because now it's going to be totally wrong. So here's where we'd put this here. Get rid of this and get rid of this. Why are you mixing require and import? Don't ask about that. It's just a vestige of how I used to do things. I used to use require for everything. Then I started using ES6 syntax, but I didn't change over the requires, so now I just mix them. I think it's going to be soon in the not frequently asked questions. Yeah. Probably. Okay, so this will look wrong, but it'll at least work, I hope. Nope, doesn't even work. Why not? This is from Store Preview. Store Preview should know how to render a generic base64 image. Image source, selected item ID, yep. And then props dot... Wait, is this wrong? I don't know if it's wrong. What was it called? This. Get base64 image data from item ID. Yeah, it is. And it's... weird. What's failing here? Style is not defined. Oh, okay. Oops. Oops. I think I deleted the wrong thing. What was this? Yeah, it's that. Okay, so now everything should be defined, but like I said, it's still going to look wrong. Yeah. So it's working, it just looks bad. If we can fix that. Well, and this is where, so Hideo, how would you specify the styling of this? So I have generic base64 image in a couple different places. Here, I kind of wanted to specify, maybe use like class name A. And here I wanted to specify use class name B. You think passing it in is just reasonable? This is DK mode for Botland. Because I think this is fine. Contain image background. Composition with this.props.children. Where was the last place I used this? Oh, the battle log. So battle log entry passed in a bunch of stuff. And what did battle log entry do? It just rendered this.props.children. So what you're suggesting is generic base64 image, and then I can pass in a... No, this... Okay, let me wrap my head around this. This is probably going to be wrong. But anyway, I could have a div here, or I could have an image here. HTML. Why is this not there? But that's not exactly what I'd want, right? Because this couldn't access... Unless generic base64 looked like this, render, return, this.props.children, so there'd be a div here. and we pass in React clone element, this dot props dot children source data. Oh. Yeah, I see what you're saying. All right. Hey, Jindy. Haven't seen you in a while. What's up? The Hawkeye. Well, I was looking for it. It just so happened that it was there. Hey, Spider Dad. Oh man. All right, so let's try this out. So then we can make it like this. We can say return a div with, well, exactly what Hideo said pretty much. So source data, source base 64 string. We should probably just say, let me test this out. If I just said base, if I just said test here, and I got rid of this, so now this is gonna pass in a prop to here. So now I can specify. Enjoying your holiday? Nice. I think I'm probably doing this wrong, but let's try it out anyway. And then in store preview, we'll just say return null. Div style equals style class name. Oh, that won't work, will it? Unless I can get. This is not gonna be good. What am I doing? Man, I've been working on this for a while actually. What I'm trying to do is asynchronously use images, and all of my things were set up. So originally, and when I say originally, I mean like yesterday basically, Botland would load everything at the start. So that was all code, all sprite sheets. Well, what that meant was when these things were all done loading, that meant I could just use whatever I wanted to. And since they were loaded, I could use them synchronously. So if I wanted a new sprite, I could just say, oh, new sprite, whatever, wasp head or something like that. Well, now this isn't necessarily loaded. So I have to say like create sprite async wasp head or create sprite synchronously. So this assumes that it was already loaded. This will actually go fetch the image and then attempt to use it. So that's kind of what I'm working on. What am I doing? Good question. Yeah, I am pretty sure I didn't understand what I'm supposed to be doing here. Let's find out. First of all, yeah, okay, of course that doesn't work. Testeroni is not defined. It would have been this dot props, and this couldn't get props this way anyway. Yeah, so then I guess I don't understand this necessarily. Yeah, this would only be if I'm modifying an attribute, but I want this to be the style changing, I guess. Yeah, so sounds like recycler view. Not sure I'm familiar with that. Yeah, so Hideo, to be clear here, I guess, is that this is kind of what happens. When rendering as a div, the way the image shows up is via the, where is it? Background image property. So I don't think there's a way for me to put here like style equals background image colon whatever base64 data. I don't think this is doable because there's no way to pass that into the child like that. When it's an image, I could just use the source tag. But then generic base64 image is going to pass this in differently based on whether the child is a div or an image. Because yeah, I see what you're saying here. This sounds like it would work for an image tag. Well, there was a reason I did things this way. Maybe I should just always have it return it as an image. Why do you have the margin in Sublime when you always go past it? The margin is more of a, this is a ruler, and it's more of a guideline than it is a law. So I will actually make comments get wrapped there. And yeah, even here, like code, none of the code goes past that. So in general, I try to abide by it. Doesn't always happen though. Yeah, I'm not sure the best way to do this. I'm a mind reader, Mitchell. Yeah. That's props. Yeah, I wouldn't be able to. I wouldn't be able to do that. And the way that I would have solved this, had Hideo not been here, is I would have just kept styling this based on what the parent passes in. So this React component is really just in charge of getting this base64 string. And then if there was some way to just pass this to the children as an attribute in a generic way, that would be nice. Fixed your issue from yesterday and got another issue? Okay, fatality. Well, this is where, and I know this doesn't sound great, but like I said, if you just start with some basic projects, you'll eventually see the patterns in sort of how they set things up and where they're requiring modules. Hey, Anonim. Don't worry, we're all waiting for you. Or hurry, we're all waiting for you. Well, not totally. I want to see what he suggests. Because, yeah, the way I would do it, it would work. It would just be probably pretty bad. Also, let's get rid of some of this stuff. Because I just copy-pasted this all here. But this isn't necessarily needed. It's... What did this used to have? Store item background image. But other than that, it was the same. Okay. All right, I'll take a look in just a sec, Hideo. But thank you. This is going to the generic one. All right, cool. I just want to get that comment sorted out. Oh, I see. Yeah. So, but I guess what I'm getting at is this would work for the div way, and now it wouldn't work for the image way. So there's no way to do both, it sounds like. But I guess that's fine, because I don't necessarily Yeah, I don't need it to work both ways. I can just always have it return a div. Yeah. But awesome, Hideo. Thank you. Just check the type of node. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, wow. Man, just knowing I can do these things, then I would know how to do them too. But I just need to think of that I can do them. All right, so then this shouldn't be too bad. We'll return a div here. Child element so background image URL base64 string. Cool. This.props.children.type.name. Okay. Probably check what the type of the child is here. Do you have to log out and log back in to see updates to the battle log? You don't have to, but that's a guaranteed way of doing it. There's, I think, a bug. But yeah, refreshing would definitely work. Only 3 more hours? Yeah, you'll probably make it there then by Friday. So we can do this, and then here we can just put children. So now I'll have the background image set for this case where we have a div. So we don't need to put this style here. Let's get rid of that altogether and try this out. This should render correctly. Nope, I screwed something up. /null in the scroll spy. What? Yeah, what did I do wrong here? What if I get rid of this? Okay. I'm doing everything wrong. Let's try this. Let's just put exactly how we had this, the children there. There should be no errors, but there should also be nothing showing up now. Yeah. So if instead I were to put this back in, then what happens? You can directly return from react.cloneElement. But I don't have a wrapper div around this stuff. But yeah, let's try that out anyway. Oh man, okay, yeah, I'm not sure what's happening. And it's trying to load null again at that point. I like to try things this way. Let's go look at how react.cloneElement works. Clone and return a new, where'd it go? Here it is. Clone and return a new React element using element as the starting point. Resulting element will have the same props and the new props merged in shallowly. New children will replace existing children. Key and ref will be preserved. But children just happen to be one element here, but I think this is going to be treated as an array, right? Yeah, Facebook created React, and hey, Genohan Murphy. I guess this does say ... children here. Well, element. So wouldn't I do something like this? And then I'd pass in the props here. Well, build successful. Let's try that out. That did not work. Cannot read property props of null. Oh man, okay. Yeah, I've worked this. And I think this is a mistake, yeah. So I think it's coming from here. Let's put a breakpoint here and find out. Does this child even exist? Symbol React element. Not really what I expected. That doesn't even exist. But we're in transpile the code, so this would be something else at this point. And base 64 string doesn't exist either. Yeah, it's an element, since there's only one div. But I won't know in the future how many divs this would be. No, I guess it would always be one, because no, it doesn't. I don't know. Well, let's see if this div is even getting put into the DOM. That gives us a good starting point to work with at the very least. So if we go into React here, what's going on? We want to look at this. Is there a way I can... Yeah, this is it. Store item has a lazy load. Should have a bin... Yeah, here, generic base 64. Huh, it has this set. Oh, maybe... Oh my god, is it seriously... Is it just missing this? Okay. Well, no, it has that here. So it does have a class name on this. Let's show an elements pane. If I just say width 50 pixels, height 50 pixels, yeah, it is there. I don't know what that null error is in the console. After a good 15 minutes of gameplay, I feel like the game is smoother, but still needs that UI upgrade that hopefully you'll do as soon as possible. Attacking feels still too easy. Yeah, man, attacking is... It's going to be tough to balance because at lower levels, you won't have as many chips, so I think that means you need more bots. Yeah, I'll write down your feedback though. Probably should have been timestamping all of these things. Okay, so we have this, and yet for some reason it's not setting the rest of these properties correctly. You would written a return null? Oh, yeah, maybe that is it. Maybe if I just returned a div that did nothing here. Let's try that and see if that makes it go away. No, it's coming from somewhere else. Yeah, I'm not sure about that, but it's going okay, sorty. I'm trying to figure this out. Styles ... BG image. And hey, Tyrandes. Welcome back. Yeah, nothing else is going into the style there. It's... Oh, this isn't even correct. Oh, there, that should fix this, I guess. I'm getting stuck on small stuff here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Ooh, so we finally got that working. Now, it should be pretty easy to get the next part of this working, which is over here. So we get rid of this. This is fine, but now it needs a div inside of it. So that goes here, we tab this in, we close this tag. This changes to contain. And then this had some extra style properties here. Let's not set those for now. Yeah, so not setting them is a bad idea because then this has no width and height. So we gave it a width and height, 200 pixels by 200 pixels, and then set something else. No, that background image is already set. Margin auto shouldn't be needed. Does this have any base 64 property of it? Oh, whoops, it's this one. Height 200 pixels. There we go. So let's use class names. Here. And then form them from this. Styles.store preview image. And then this is where we would put all of these properties. Yeah, there, let's try that. Shouldn't be easy for you to load an entire shop template of CSS, more than multiple CSS for everything. I just have different classes for everything. I'm not sure if that's what you're referring to here. This did not work how I expected. I'm pretty sure, yeah, this can just take in comma separated arguments here. We have store preview image. 200px is invalid. Oh, right, yeah, oh my god. Oh, not my greatest day for this stuff. I shouldn't have done that. There. Alright, it's all working now. It's all ogre now, except for this. I don't know when that started happening. Man, it's still happening. Get null not found. I don't know where that's coming from. Is it attempting to? Yeah, it is. Where is this coming from? Scroll Spy. This wasn't happening on the production version, right? So look at that. Oh, hallway sync. This must be Bother. Yeah, but if we click store and we click cosmetics here, other than a bunch of deprecation warnings, we don't actually get any errors. Hey, Catalan Web. Make null return a picture or something and see what it's trying to add to. It's a good idea. But I know this is coming from Scroll Spy, which I only have in a couple of places. And in this particular case, it's coming from the store. Store inventory has a Scroll Spy. Yeah, and it's only for cosmetic items too. So chances are it's in the stuff I was just updating. Because I can load up the store just fine. I just can't load cosmetics. So if I click this button, yeah, this is not found. Let's take a look at what I've modified here. I have an idea of what to test. Oh, I think I know. I think I know what it is. Never mind. I'm pretty sure it's coming from this. I think I needed to form this up in a better way. I need to say style equals this, style equals this, and then just put style here. There. That should fix it. Oh, except for the error that I just created. Oh man, what is going on there? Honestly, I don't even need to do it that way. I could just do it this way. Style dot background image. Yeah, I think you're right about that, Deo. All right. So now, what did I screw up? Oh, style was defined twice. Whoops. Turns out I didn't need to do any of that because I'd already done it. So I can just delete all of this stuff. Yeah. I didn't realize it was written up here. This is why you don't write a page of comments. Okay, so then this should work totally fine now. Yep. Okay, cool. So it's finally working. That took a long time. Okay. This was pretty good. Bother. Oh man. Yeah, so what you guys are talking about is a const reference versus a reference to a const object. So this is where saying just it's const isn't really good enough to describe this. In C++, you would have to say something like const int star, wait, how does this go? I think you can put const twice there, right? So it's a constant pointer to a constant integer. But integers don't really have that problem. So constant foo, yeah. I'm pretty sure you can write this equals whatever, 0. And then you can never reassign this, but if you had assigned it to something, then now you can't change the object through that, and you also can't change the reference to that object. So JavaScript doesn't have this concept exactly of having it doesn't have this part. It just has this part. So yeah. So that's why if you say const array equals this in JavaScript, array.push 5, this is totally valid. But if you tried changing it to a new array, this is invalid. So that's why what I was doing earlier is it's totally fine. You make an object, object.style equals foo, that's totally fine. Object equals new object, not fine. All right, see Mitchell. Why not let or var? Because it's a constant reference, and the reference is what I care about being constant there. Okay, so that's everything, I guess. And this now works. The only thing I don't like is how I've tabbed this in. I would probably do it like this. Yeah. Wow. Okay, so let's just do one more thing to make this absolutely clear. We'll say child props equals style. And then here we'll just say child props. Not style props. Excuse me. Okay, yeah, everything works. Nice. We probably still have that initial lag when we first load this. Can you split up React to React space? That I probably won't change. Yeah, so there's a tiny bit of lag while it populates the DOM. That's okay. Okay. Well, at least the rest of these are working. So that's good. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, no, Hideo, I really appreciate the help there. That was really good. And I like this. I think this is generally going to be a way better way of doing things because now I can get rid of all of this. And now this is just so simple. This is just a wrapper around an image, really. So not bad at all. And same thing, this should be pretty simple too. We have a little bit more here because we also render, so we render the name, the description, the purchase button, and over here we render a hardware table. Oh, that's got to be changed. Oh, darn it. Yeah, it has to be changed. No. I only wanted, let me think about this. I only want this to have a width and a height when there's an image. We don't have an image for this right now. What is let in JS? Let is a block scoped variable that can be changed. Okay, how to do this? So the only problem remaining, well, for now, is that store preview image has a width and height even when the background image isn't defined. So hardware has, yeah, so hardware doesn't have images yet. So I just don't want it to show up at all. I wonder how I'd change this. I could probably, I don't know. I don't know how I would do this. Like basically, I don't want, let me find this. This. So this has a height and a width. I only want this to have a height and a width if the image is defined. Maybe it's not something I should worry about for now. Because I'm not sure how I'd even fix that. Let's close out all this other garbage though. Store preview image. So previously how I used to do this was that logic would all be in here. So I used to say if base 64 is defined, then give it a width and height. What I could do is, well, I will just eventually have images there. So for now, maybe are you rendering the component without data? Yeah. Well, for right now, I just don't have hardware data here. You know, maybe I should just put in some fake data. We have, wait, we don't? What's in here? Okay, I'm pretty sure I had this somewhere. Miscellaneous. No, I don't. Oh, maybe I never got them. Well, that's probably what happened. Okay, well, let's just render them all as the same graphic for right now. In fact, let me make sure I even have these graphics. We'll just take some graphic. I don't know what, because if no data, add display none to the style. Remove it when you have data. Oh, that's a really good idea. Hideo, you're a genius. Were you still searching? No, I'd found one that was pretty good actually. So we could say style.display equals none. No matter what, I'll eventually make this a better thing. In fact, we can just put that here. Or hidden, one of the two, I'm not sure which. So now when we try this out, we shouldn't see any images. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, cool. Okay, so we just put an else here. And we're done with that. Hey, swine. Wow. Well, I already kind of started to look into this, and now I kind of want to see. Let me search for these graphics really fast. Oh man, this is slow. Is there a way in Slack to just try to find images? Oh man. Yeah, this is... I don't know why scrolling is so slow. Sorry, I'm looking through this briefly. There's like a million different pictures I gotta look through. Here it is. Found it. Okay. Now I just gotta save this image and I can show you guys. Yeah, got it. Okay. So here are the weapon graphics that we have, kinda, sorta. We should probably put some of these into the game. And wait until the UI pass for that. So let's put this into Botland. Actually, no, you know what? Let's just put it on the desktop for right now. And then let me open this up in GIMP. And we'll take out a couple of these. Microtransactions already in. Okay, so let's save a few of these off. What's the best way to do this? Probably like this. How do you stop this? No, that's not what I want to do. Oh god, I don't know how to use a GIMP. Alright, let's try that again. Did that work? Oops. Okay, take 3. I'm very much frustrating myself right now because I'm pretty sure I'm doing this correct. There we go. All right, great. I did it. Okay. Look at that. Now we just go to image, crop, nothing to crop. Wait, you filthy liar. Nothing to crop. Yeah, look at that. Didn't they send you a version without the background? No. I'm not going to do this for all the images, by the way. I'm just going to do this for one of these. So that's why it doesn't need to be fast or anything. So now we just select all of this and delete it. We can't do that because there's no transparency. Now we can. Except for that wasn't... My goodness. It's not selecting... Alright, whatever. That's good enough. Yeah, I know there's some white outline around it, but that's fine. We'll just save this for right now. So what are we going to save this as? And where's botland here? No, whatever. Great. Discard and discard. Cool. So somewhere over here we have this hardware missiles. So let's take that and put that into just miscellaneous for right now. Yeah. But now we need to reform all the sprite sheets. That's kind of annoying. Oh well, whatever, let's do it. And then, whenever we would have returned this, so let's go into main, we have get from item ID. If it's hardware, so if there's no item template, fine. If there's no image name, how about this? For right now, if it's hardware, if item template is hardware, then return, actually that's not what we're gonna do, huh? Cosmetic location. This is not right. Okay, let's do it this way. Let fully qualified name equals null. Here we'll say the fully qualified name equals misc slash hardware missiles. And there we go. Okay. So now all we need to do is copy the images out of output and put them into the input folder correctly. So this and this. All right, let's try it out. That did not work. Did this change anything else? It should have just changed botland 13, right? Do we have missiles there? Yeah, there they are. They're really tiny. So what happened here? Can I read property status of undefined? Oh, we don't have data for that sprite. Oh, whoops. Where does this even come from? Does this have explosion in it at all? It doesn't. But it shouldn't be there. Output JSON should have it. Explosion, yeah. So hardware missiles doesn't exist? It's misc slash hardware missiles. Did I do this wrong? Misc slash hardware missiles. Let's do this. Wait, what? I didn't notice what? Okay, yeah, so this isn't breaking now. So it's only this part. The fully... Oh, right. This is probably... Yeah, alright, never mind. I know what's happening. It's trying to load this as a colorized image. Alright, see you, bother. Yeah, and it doesn't work that way. So we gotta change this. Well, we have get base64 image data. We must have something for just an arbitrary image, right? I have like a million base64 functions here. Get from item ID, but these all have colors passed in. Blueprint ID, and then this for a cosmetics loadout. Yeah, this is not right. We just want it of any particular image, which we should actually be able to do probably even simpler than this. We make a texture. Yeah, I think we just do things this way. So return this dot sprite sheet dictionary dot get sprite fully qualified name dot then once we have the sprite, we get the base64 data from the sprite and we're done, right? I think this should be it. Let's try that out. Oh, how to center in CSS. Okay, yeah, cool. I'll save this off. Oh, nice, finally. Okay, cool. So that's pretty neat. I mean, I know everything is showing up as missiles right now. It actually probably would be a good idea for me to put in the ones that I have, huh? Yeah, fine. This isn't really what I wanted to do. Image name. Yeah, we need to make image names for all of these too. So how about this? Let's just put in an image name here. Image name hardware missiles. And then back to here, we'll get the image name still. So this goes here, this goes here. So if it's hardware, if the image name exists, yeah, I guess it needs to have an image no matter what. We'll just do this here. Okay. So now where's the problem in my code? Fully qualified name doesn't exist anymore. Yeah, I guess because of this. We can just put this over here again. Hey, Power Rangers, it's going well. Wait, what? I still screwed something up? What? Oh, what happened here? Did it build? Yeah. Item data must be broken. I don't know why. I mean, I took French for several years. I wouldn't say I speak it, but I can understand very basic French. That's why that typing test wasn't totally fair. Yeah, I'm French. Just chilling with a bunch of French people on stream. That makes me French. Alright, let's just put a breakpoint here. Because I don't know. Whoops, that's not how you put a breakpoint. This is how you do it. So it's get base64 from item ID. We'll just put a breakpoint there and we'll go back to that page. Alright, so step 1. This should be lasers. This is missiles. And it has no image name. I think I know why. I think it's because item template doesn't get constructed with an image name unless it's cosmetics, yeah. So soon everything will need to have an image name set, but for now we don't necessarily need it. Yeah. Hey, Chris. And that should fix it. Let's take a look. Perfect. Yeah, so missiles now show up. So I'm going to do a pretty quick job of cropping the rest of those, or at least the ones that we have, and then filling them in. Which means I need to go bother you all again by finding, where is this? This. Okay, I could probably do this a little bit faster this time. So concussion missiles we don't even have. These are the rapid fire missiles. So let's crop this out. There. So there's that one. What else do we have? Laser. Okay, what happened? Inferno laser we also have. Actually, I'm realizing now a better way to do this would probably be to, we'll just do it later. All right. Vampiric. Stunning. What else do we have? Zapper, Inferno Zapper, Repair. Inferno Zapper. This one's gonna be tough. Cutting it close. And we're not trying to get this perfect. It's just supposed to be decent so that we have something for now. Landmines. Try it counterclockwise. All right. Oh, see, that doesn't work because you get all this extra space over here that you don't want. Yeah. Oh, darn it. Then I went on to do it correctly counterclockwise. Kind of defeats the joke. All right. And artillery. So that was step one. Now we need to go through all these images and get rid of their transparency. So can we just do this? Let's see, layer, transparency, add. And then there's a way to color to alpha. Here it is. Yeah, that does not work. So that's not what we want to do. Yeah, I don't know the best way to remove the white from these images and make it transparent. Like, yeah, I can click on them like that, but then I need to make sure that the threshold is set correctly so you don't see this gray aliasing here. Does anyone know a better way to do this? And yeah, I could change the threshold, I guess, but I need to keep changing it and then trying again until it kind of works. Yeah, okay. So this was acceleration missiles. Pen tool? You mean just like draw over it myself? Photoshop has nice view. I don't have Photoshop though. Okay, so let's just make a new folder here. We'll call this weapons. This is acceleration missiles. Oh. The given file name. All right, there. There is a tolerance. I just need to adjust the tolerance until it works. Oh, right. Okay, what is this? Alt-LT... No, L-A, enter. Then we can delete it. Okay, not bad. We'll just do things this way for now. So hardware, lasers. Cool, so that's done. Mark all white, transparent it. How do you do that though? Select by color? What? Oh, but that's... Okay, I don't know. Yeah, I guess that's probably how I'd do this. Oh, that didn't work. I don't want it to select that. Going through there. It's still going through there. What is going on? I have the threshold set to like nothing. Oh, it's doing select by color, isn't it? Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay, so that's better. There we go. Yeah. Alright, my bad. I'm still pretty bad at this, guys. That's decent. Alright, so hardware, inferno lasers. Shouldn't be doing selections like that. Alright. Yeah, I could select by color. How did I not delete that? There we go. That's good enough. Hardware, vampiric lasers. Did I not save lasers? Apparently never did. No, I did. What did I miss? I guess that's it. Alright. Oops, we selected that. Gotta be a better way to do this stuff. Or maybe that is supposed to be transparent? I don't know. Is this for production? Because you're going to have hardcore artifacts. No, it's not for production. The artist will give me something for production. For now, I just wanted something to kind of tide you guys over and let you know what's happening here. Oh, God. I did something over here that I didn't mean to do. There. Yeah, that's good enough for this one. So this is hardware, stunning lasers. Awfully stunning. So this is Zapper. Look, I made that emote for a reason. Good enough. Hardware Zapper. How many more of these do we have? 5 more that you guys have to suffer through. So Shift O lets me pick by color and do things that way. That's actually a really good way of doing things. Let's try that way from now on. We just need to get it to the point where it's not aliasing it so much. That's pretty good. Yeah. Except for on Zapper, I think nope, I didn't. That's yellow. Oh, this is making everything partially transparent. That's why you don't want to do things that way. Alright, whatever. Well, that's good enough. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on a white background. No one will ever know for now. This is going to look great in the game, isn't it, guys? And what's the last one we have here? Artillery. None of these even show up in the game yet. Yeah, that's pretty good. Hardware Inferno Zapper has a hole in the middle. That's fine. In fact, I thought that hole was intentional there. This thing? Yeah, whatever. It's fine. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. I'm just going to keep saying whatever until you guys stop harassing me about this artwork. I did, Hideo. And that's actually true, EJ. Probably would have looked better. Oh well, let's find the weapon graphics. Here they are. We copy paste all of these into here. And we build. Next, we do this. dir/b to clip exit. And now we just paste these all into here. So acceleration missiles goes into acceleration missiles. Should be pretty simple to do. So image name. How about we just do it this way? Image name. There. Now we can just copy paste these. So artillery. Putting it beneath rarity. Oh, the spacing is wrong. That'll show it. Yeah. Alright, so Inferno lasers. Cool. Inferno zapper. Cool. Landmines. Regular lasers. Melee. This isn't super tedious, guys, right? Well, at least I sped it up as much as possible. Okay, so that's everything. So now we just run the game, and it'll all look great. Except for we can't do that yet, because I need to copy paste the output here. It's amazing any of this game works. Hey, look at that. It's actually pretty good, right? I think it's pretty good. Nice. I think it's nice. It was a nice effect. Now, if only these showed up on the bots, it'd look even better. But we don't have that yet. This was a terrible time. That was like a week of just wasted effort, I think. No, not time to code them onto the bots. We'll get to that point. Yeah, well, it didn't take much time, but all it improves is the store. Also, do these stream in? They should. If I click store here, they should only appear when I scroll into view. Nice. I mean, these look super cool once they're in the game. Like, super cool. Can't wait for that. I just want to point out to everyone that animated logo that I have here somewhere. This. When we finally have this in the game, it's going to look super sweet. Not there yet, though. Is it the final name? Not for sure, but probably. I like the name, and I think it makes it pretty clear what they do based on their description, too. It sticks in your head what they do. But Emplacement Missiles, I don't think does that. Alright, stuff's coming together. Great. Now I don't remember what I was doing before this. So let's just close out of all of these things. Discard all of the changes. And never touch them again. What? Why is this still open? I can't even close it. Oh, the dialogue's on my other monitor. Thanks, GIMP. All right, yeah, let's check in all of this stuff. So it's all working. Cool. This component exists so that base 64 image data can be fetched asynchronously. Oh. I've gotten very little done today, but I've done a lot of work. What does that mean? Styles is assigned a value but is never used. Promise is assigned a value but is never used. Lodash. Promise. I'm surprised it's not an issue anywhere else. Missing semicolons? Whoopsie doodle. Alright. Sprite sheet is defined but never used. Okay. Working hard but not working smart. Alright, and then this is unreachable probably because, yeah, I was going to say, I probably purposely made it unreachable. So let's make sure all of those cases are like that. What? Oh yeah, this is unreachable too. Cool, doesn't matter, doesn't matter, doesn't matter. Yeah, I'm not worried about any of that stuff then. It would mean circles, like I'm moving in circles. Hey, Original Pepper. So we fixed a couple of things. Let's try to check in what I can here. So this is a different fix. It's mostly refactoring this that I cared about. Yeah, we got rid of 100 lines of duplicated code. This was just fixing linter errors. Store preview image, image name. Refactor duplicated code out of store components. The code to load base 64 image data had been duplicated. I now made generic base 64 image. So we have two more commits to make out of this. One is adding in a bunch of images. Yep, not that. That and that, yeah. Yeah. We mostly only had images for attack hardware. And then the last commit here is fix lint issues. Ooh, okay, so we can move on with the rest of the immense amount of work. This is done, this is done. These are done. That's done. And then ComposeBot. ComposeBot is the last part that I need to do. But this encompasses, well, you know what? Maybe we can get this done in 3 hours. I've got about 2.5 hours left, actually. Did not say it was a reusable component. You're right. It's over. Is what you're using like a Git program and you're documenting the changes? I think I might actually understand this part. Yeah, so what I'm using is Tortoise Git. Tortoise Git is simply a visual layer over Git, which is a set of command line tools. And Git provides you version control, history, the ability to blame people for their actions. There's a bunch of stuff there. But yeah. Alright, so ComposeBot. Dare I even check how frequently this is used in the code base? 5 times. And one of them's a comment. So 4 times. Well, and one of them's a definition. So 3 times. 3 times, and how many functions are there that call into that? Get sprite component for bot. This is done in the arena. This should be synchronous. Okay, so that's one. This is another one. This is done for get base64 image data. This should be asynchronous. I'm using branching. Hey, Jamraj. And the third one is here, which I don't care about. We're just breaking this entire tool. This tool, by the way, is the one that's running here. And this tool has been really helpful for the artists so that they can say, how does this particular headpiece look with all the different body pieces? And then they can just click random a bunch of times and be like, okay, yeah, it seems to work pretty well. Or it doesn't work with some of them. Like this, for example, it's not the greatest. And you might say, well, why not put it in front? But then it looks even weirder on the rest of the pieces. So it's actually better to keep it behind, I think. So this tool has been helpful, but it is just, it's like I have no concern for it whatsoever as of late. I just love the Ladybug bot. I mean, how is this not the greatest thing ever? A ladybug head with a toaster body. Hey, Paxalainen. And hey, Raimi. Ooh, okay, so that's not too bad, actually. There are only 2 places where this is called. So get colorized sprite probably needs to be asynchronous too. Oh, I already wrote a get colorized sprite asynchronous. Ooh, so that's done. So yeah, it's just these 2. Where are these called from? Okay, synchronous, synchronous, synchronous. Yeah, okay, cool. So all that can be synchronous. And what about this? This is probably called from a million places. Yes, 41 matches. That's unfortunate. All right, well, we've got 43 matches, I think, in total that we need to work through. And we got about 2.5 hours to do it. So let's get cracking. We'll start with this, because this should be synchronous anyway. So this has compose bot. I guess we're going to want compose bot sync. Okay, so that was the easy part. Now for the hard part. Oh man, yeah, this isn't gonna be that great. Oh god. Ugh. Yeah. Well, let's take this. We'll just duplicate the whole function. There. So this will be called ComposeBot Sync now, and it's going to call into all of the synchronous functions. Get colorized sprite sync. And that's it. This should just work and everything will be fine. But now this one becomes the asynchronous version, and we need to cut out as much duplication as possible. All right, let's start it. Let's just start it. So we want promises for all of these. Get head sprite promise. So this dot then fetched head sprite. Usually you name methods async when they're async and not the other way around. Yeah, I was actually going based on what Node.js has, which is that they named their things sync for some of these. Read file and read file sync. So that's where I was taking this from. They're actually, yeah, so the asynchronous one does not have anything specifically stated for it. And we go back to the state of what in the world is going on. I can try to explain this briefly. So in a lot of code you write, you have something like var x equals 5, var y equals 6, var sum equals x plus y. If sum equals 11, then console.log, everything is okay in the world. So here's some normal code that even if you don't understand coding should make a lot of sense to you. We're setting x to 5, y to 6. The sum should be 11. If that's true, then we print out everything's okay. This is all synchronous code, and what that means is that after one line executes, the next line is the next thing that's definitely going to execute. There's nothing that can interrupt this. It doesn't take any extra time for this to work. If this, let's say takes 5 seconds to run, then our program's just going to hang for 5 seconds, and it's going to wait for this thing to complete, and then we're done. We're good to go. So an asynchronous piece of code might be something like this. So this is synchronous, and asynchronous code might be something like image equals download image http cats.com/cats.png. Now, you know downloading images in your experience is not an instantaneous thing, but even if it felt instantaneous, your computer is still taking some time to reach out to another computer, wait for a response, then download the image data and store it into image, something along these lines. So what happens is a background process essentially, and I'm kind of simplifying this now, this is not how JavaScript does things, is kicked off to go download this image, and in the meantime, your other lines of code can access. So they could say something like downloading the image. So if you were to run this code and you knew that this was asynchronous, regardless of where you're downloading it from or whether it's going to time out, this line of code will seem to return immediately, and it won't actually store your image yet. And then downloading the image will get called. So what I'm doing is, and again, that's a primer. I simplified some things that's not like totally accurate. When you see me scroll down on this page, oh, I already loaded everything. Hang on. Okay, when we scroll down on the page before I've loaded everything, you see the images kind of appear as I scroll down. That's because they can be fetched asynchronously. So that's what I'm trying to get working for everything. And the reason why I'm doing all of that is because right now you download every asset at once when you hit play.bot.land. That's bad for loading times because that takes longer. Oh, just not the web languages. Okay. All right. Well, still, I'm explaining this for anyone else who might care what I'm doing. If the code for a fairly simple game like Botland is like that, I can't even imagine what it's like for high-budget company games. Yeah, I think you would be using a game engine in most cases, though. A lot of the code you see in Botland is the engine code, in addition to some Botland specific stuff. All right, so we're going to do this for 3 different things. There is head, torso, and foot, which apparently we call leg. Don't know why. So now what we want to do is return promise.all, which we don't have promise in it for some reason. Huh, that's bad. And then we can do the rest of the work for this. Hey, Deno. I'm using Sublime 3. Also, I sent you a Twitch message about the notes you were asking for. Thanks, Mayor. All right, then all of this stuff happens. This is where I guess we're just gonna copy paste this into another function. Compose bot from sprites. Compose bots implementation. I don't know. So this is going to take in the colorized head sprite, colorized torso sprite, and colorized leg sprite, and probably a bunch of other things. So we should probably just take this in as params. Yeah, before this gets crazy. Yeah, let's just take it in as params. So now this function is synchronous. So we need this, 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 this and this, and this. Okay, so we just paste all those here, and we put commas on all of these. That's a period. Yeah, no problem, Dano. Like I said, they're not that helpful. The Postman one is pretty good. Yeah, what Hideo said is right, Mayor. I would, if I'm coding in C Sharp, I would probably be using Visual Studio. I think the feature set there is just way better than what I can do in Sublime. For actual text editing, I would probably still switch to Sublime every once in a while, but only for things like what I just did. You saw how I ended up pasting all this stuff into here, and like that was super fast. That's really nice in Sublime. Damn. Why is nobody above this? All right, so then this is going to return. Yeah, we can just return this. So Pixie wrapper, really all these things we just copy paste. Let's take that too. Well, that pasted a little bit strangely, but we can fix that. Okay. Yeah, that's good. So then over here we want to do the same thing. We just delete all of this. There. The only thing that's remaining, well, for one, these shouldn't be here at all. And that means that they shouldn't be here either. And that they should be here. Okay, but going back to this, what do we have? Directory name, sprite names. I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like this. But it's not the worst. So we should have an asynchronous form of this function if I coded this correctly. What's the benefit? What this is doing is it's saying it's equivalent to doing this. So you see how many characters I used here? Oh, Dano, thanks for subbing. Yeah, thanks. And best alloys, what I did here is I have 163 characters to represent 331 characters worth of information. So it just cuts down on the amount of typing. What's the benefit to stating the parameters explicitly? Like this? It's just older syntax. So one benefit would be that it's compatible with ECMAScript 5. Another benefit is for newcomers to a programming language, this is like dead simple to understand. This might confuse some people. So the two benefits here are compatibility and clarity, I guess. Are the naming conventions for constants usually all uppercase? Yeah, but those are... So in C++, would you ever write a variable like this? Like const foo star foo equals get foo. Like you might, but you'd probably just make this lowercase because this is a constant that you're just using for the sake of the function. I think you're thinking of constants like pi and tau and whatever else. Okay, so I think I got the definition of this. And then this is the last thing that's remaining. So we could try this somewhat simply at first. And we need to make use of generic const star foo. Yeah, whatever. I haven't coded C++ in a long time. It's been probably 3 years. Oh, I see best alloys. Well, part of it is if you have a function with a lot of arguments, so some function and you have arg1, arg2, arg3, arg4. There are a couple of things to think about as opposed to doing something like this. One of them is that when you're calling this function, suppose you ever change it and you've got something like, okay, Atom, programmer, botland, and I don't know, cats. So the function, instead of args, would be name, profession, not progression, project, and favorite animal. And if you added something in here and you're like, oh, you know what, I really want to add in, I don't know what, like favorite drink. Now you got to go update all the references of this to have like water in here. If you took in params, you can make it very clear what these parameters are at the time of passing them. So you could say, oh yeah, name is this, and profession is this. And this makes it a little bit simpler to understand what you're passing where. Now order no longer matters. And also if you don't specify something, or if you have optional parameters, so let's say I don't need to pass in favorite drink and favorite animal. Well, in order for this to work, I need to put these at the end and give them some like special values here, favorite drink equals null, and indicate that these can be undefined. But then what happens if you want to specify just favorite animal but not favorite drink? Like Python allows for that, but JavaScript doesn't really. You'd have to specify this as null and then put this in. Anyway, it gets to be a mess. So there's a lot of reasons why you might want to switch. And I think in this case, it's specificity and just being able to control for adding variables, making some optional, and passing them to other functions afterward. So here, if you want to call another function that uses those same variables, you'd have to type them all out. Name, profession, blah, 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 as opposed to just here, you could just say another function params. There are pros and cons to all of that. So you basically pass a JSON string instead of individual parameters? No, I pass an object. Params is very typically this structure, where you have an object of just this param is equal to this param is equal to this. So remember, JSON just stands for JavaScript object notation. So technically anything you do in JavaScript is JSON here, but it's not a string. Okay, so get base 64 image data. We're using this all over the place. So this is going to be made into an asynchronous function as well. And it is currently not one. Return promise. So this turns into promise.resolve. Same thing here. Yeah, no problem, best Alex. Then composeBot is now asynchronous as well. So we do this. Did I do that right? Yeah, I guess so. That's not really true since JSON requires double quotes. Well, JSON refers to two things actually. It refers to JavaScript object notation, which is like just making a new object in JS. And it also refers to .json files and their structure. But anyway, no one uses it to refer to the first thing anymore. They use it almost exclusively to talk about the second thing. So I agree with you, but I want to give you the pedantic definition anyway. Alright, so this is now asynchronous. And that means that anything that calls into this needs to be made asynchronous. So like this, for example, promise, poisoning everything from blueprint ID. So we need to look in all the callers of that, all of the callers of probably this too, right? Did I already write this down? Yes. And what other base 64 functions do we have? So this is done, this is done, this is done, and this is done. Yeah, so all of these are done for the definitions. We just need to update the callers. Tell me how to apply animation in the player model. I'm not sure what you're even talking about. So what are you talking about? right. Turns out this is never called. Never ever called. What was this called for? Game? Get base64 from image data. Oh, this probably used to be passed into the blueprints page. And it's not any longer. We can just delete this whole function then. Well, that was a waste of time. Not like this really did anything anyway. But goodbye. Okay, well then that's done, because this no longer exists in the entire code base. So let's move on to the next one. How many lines in the to-do file? 2,800. But I will say this, there's another to-do file over here that's down to 1,100. As of a month ago, that was at 1,666 lines, and now it's at 1,106. So that tells you that I'm doing work. I'm thinking of what I'm going to be streaming tomorrow, if anything. It'll probably be Man vs. To Do Part 4 or Part 5 or whatever we're up to, which will be me tackling more of this list. It's exciting stuff, people. Exciting stuff. Yeah, but Sewell, I guess what I was talking about is if it's like if you asked, how do I recalibrate the mechanism? Like, I have no idea what mechanism you're talking about. If you said, oh, it's a washing machine, then that would at least narrow it down, but even then I'd still have questions. So in this particular case, how do I apply animation in the player model? Like, I'm assuming you're using a game engine, and just based on popularity, I'm assuming you're using Unity. And based on that, I would suggest you should look up a YouTube tutorial. Saw 32 lines. Each line was rendered in a React component. Each one of them had a bind. 30 is my limit. Time to get to dessert. Yeah, I'm going to change those eventually. Hey, fix the poll. Hey, 3D Extended. Alright, let's go back to this. So finally, this is what we can do. We can say get this dot then base64 image data. There. Now, are you ready for this? Here's the first test. We just comment that back in. And now, instead of our login screen having nothing on it, we should have bots on it again. Come on, come on, come on. Nope, it didn't work. Well, that was worth a shot. Cutting out, oh, what? No, I didn't cut this out totally. Why did you fail me? Cannot read property status. This means we're, oh man. All right, fine. What in the world? Webpack : / Clicking this doesn't, oh yeah, it does. It's Kaikinen. Start streaming with 3.5K bitrate. Yeah, I don't know if my internet can really handle that. I think it can. Why will this not work? It's probably because the ID doesn't exist here, which, yeah, we'll just have to continue looking at this, so fine. So let's go to random login this. We should really make a custom error handler for that cannot read. Yeah, you're right. Coming from here. Throw new error. Could not find a sprite sheet with ID. for example. So what I was thinking is you're doing things in Unity right now. One thing is just ignore animation, for example. But in general, okay, so you're probably trying to make a game, I'm guessing, as opposed to like an animated movie or something using character models. So maybe instead of tackling what you're tackling, tackle something like Pong at first. Then maybe if you want to go from there, something like Tetris or a space shooter, something like not crazy, something that's been done before and that you don't need to worry about game design. You can worry about the programming aspect of it. And then from there, keep going. So yeah, the rollerball tutorial, that's a great way to start. And that's actually one of the ways I started with Unity. I think that tutorial took me about 45 minutes or an hour to get through. And then I did their space shooter tutorial as well. And I thought, wow, I'm learning a lot of stuff. I think Unity, one of the really, really nice things about it, their tutorials are great. So definitely follow along with their YouTube tutorials. Stop the videos, take notes. Make sure you understand what's going on. If you feel like, oh, how would I make it do this? Then yeah, go explore that. And if you find out it's too hard, just get back to the tutorial and save it for later. Do you have a deleted user database? I can't log in because I got a 500 message when I try to log in. So R1, no, I did reset the alpha as of Monday of this week. So if you created an account before Monday, then yeah, your account is gone. If you created an account after Monday, then let me know because yeah, that shouldn't be happening. And hey, Deity. Okay, so this won't fix the problem, but it'll help me diagnose the problem. Could not find, undefined. Okay, well, let's keep going. Hey, why not? Oops, I don't know what I just clicked. No, that's fine. And this should be fine too. Yeah, 217772. And now we call into this. Get primary color, sounds good. Get secondary color, sounds good. And here, so that exists. That exists. There is no cache data. Oh, this is asynchronous now. What function is this? Oh, I never finished this. Why did I do this? No, this isn't asynchronous. This is now what's asynchronous. And something in here is failing. I wonder what. Oh, it's got arena in the name now. That's right. I remember. So does my project. Yeah, Rami linked in a video there, the YouTube video. How's it going tonight? Just finished migrating from VS Code back to Sublime. I simply needed plain tasks in my life. It's going well. I'm finally making progress again, and I'm pretty pleased with how this week has been going in general. It's one of those weeks where there's not huge leaps of progress, but it's pretty steady, and I feel proud of what I've been doing. And I rarely feel proud of what I do, so that's a good feeling. And I want to hang on to that for at least another couple hours. Yeah, so loading in these images. I just have this taking from bots right now. But I feel like this shouldn't be used at all. And I should ideally do this in the caller side of things. Maybe we'll just pass in another argument. You know what? That's what I should do at some point. Refactor compose bot to take in params. Have one of the params be used detailed. Well, thanks, Owen Murphy. And have I tried Atom? Yeah, I have. I tried it on stream, actually. I never finished setting it up, though. It'll be amazing to call it Mother Base Wars. So, there's a lot that's already invested in the Botland name so far. From the URL Botland, botland.net, to branding on a bunch of these sites, and graphics and logos, and It's not as simple to just rename it. Not for a person like me. If I was a huge company with an extra like $2,000 to spend, then yeah, you can do anything. But I'm not a huge company. Okay, so for now, ComposeBot is going to just assume that we're dealing with bots in the arena view. And in the future, it can deal with different detail levels, but this should be fine for now. So let's take a look. Base head sprite name is not defined. Yeah. Yeah, it's not. That's needed so that we can get the data. Yeah, fine. Let's just pass this in too. I don't particularly want to do this, but we can come back to this in the end. So this is right after horizontal flip. There we go. Rename everything to Boatland. Hey, Calic. Hey, it worked. Kind of. What happened here? It looks like everything got positioned in the wrong spot. Oh, because of this? Please tell me that fixes this. Did it? No. Oh god. The bots are jumbled. We almost have images. You can see there's the headpiece in the background. That's the leg piece. And that's the torso piece. Alright, we'll just make them really tiny and you won't be able to tell. Perfect. No, Sully, you should check out those Unity tutorials. I can link you to them if you want. Whoa, no, what did I just click? Yeah, these are all really good. I definitely suggest trying this. Hey, Zankro. Yeah, you should look through these. Because these are YouTube tutorials, right? If you click setting up the project, what does it bring you to? Yeah. I don't know if this is YouTube, but it's a video tutorial at least. I definitely recommend this. Okay, so this is getting positioned incorrectly. And this is what dictates the positioning. So something's wrong. Let's put a breakpoint here. Okay, skip over that. So are these different? Jaguar head, engine torso, steamroller foot. Why is it getting positioned wrong? Well, let's look further up the call stack. So we got a composed bot. It doesn't have offsets. Yeah, something's broken. But what? Oh, man. Yeah, Game Maker is another good idea. These things exist, right? Yeah, they do. So then what are these? Undefined. Oh. Oh. No, that's not right. Oh man, I am not totally sure then what this should be. It used to be get sprite data, but did I modify that? Just for a quick recap, basically after loading all images asynchronously, removing everything not required in the login page and loading them after, would phase 1 of code splitting be done, or do you have other things you want to do? No, that's it. That's all I'd want to do. Whoa, this is like one of the first times that's ever happened in chat. I can't really show you this that well, but take a look at this. Oh, never mind. Well, right up until the really. If we cut that out, you have all different colors for the last like 8 messages. What are the odds of that happening? I don't know what Hideo's name color is. Oh, it's blue. So I guess that technically doesn't count, but his name was highlighted on my screen. Good job, chat. Also, I'm dropping a lot of frames. So the problem right now is fixed bug where sprite data doesn't have LJX, etc. for connection point. Man, why? Where did this come from? Do we have any data that has this? Because yeah, this should contain things like JX, which is the joint position, and we don't have that, and I don't know why. So let's take a look through what data we have. First of all, output.json should have that, right? JX? No. What? What? Oh, whoops. I know what I did. Alright. So when I renamed this by putting them in a bot/arena, I'm pretty sure I needed to modify this. But I don't know whose responsibility it is to do that. Oh goodness. Here it is. It's this thing's responsibility. Oh, why? Why didn't I have this print an error? Intersperse cosmetics metadata. This is because this is expecting to find bots in the bots directory. Okay, we need to prevent this from happening in the future. Or keep track of a number of errors that prints out or something. Fully qualified sprite name. Found equals true. If not found, could not found is... Wait, I already have an error printing out. So what, did this print this error like a million times and I just ignored it? Oh, it did. Okay, well, my bad. Yeah, Power Rangers. I think that's what is actually keeping people watching me program. Next time, don't throw just process.exit. Well, console.error should have printed this in red. I blame it on this not being red. When I don't see red, I think everything works. Alright, well, this is actually going to be slightly harder than this because I need to figure out what directory it should be in based on the detail level. Oh, man. Well, Sewell, it's not like that funny, I guess, but there's an error that's printing out a million times that I just ignored. So of course I had an error in my other program where you only request sprites by name. Yeah, but then I can't duplicate names. So if I had like if I had 10 different kinds of explosions, they can't just be called explosion. But yeah, that could be a good idea. Yep, I ignored it 10,000 times, 100,000 times. Okay, we need to get to the point where I can just run this. Form atlas JSON. So we don't want to run the texture packer. We want to change this to return promise.resolve. And I guess get rid of this too. Then we want to run this. That part shouldn't be run either. No. Stop it. Okay, good. So there we go. We can at least get this error to print out immediately. So what we need to do is get this to print out the sprite ID. It's a bad way of doing things. Yeah. Bad way of doing things. Okay, let's try our regex. So we're going to say ABCHA art. A dot match /W underscore /W A underscore slash. Yes. But D, no. Okay. Lodash. So if it's detailed plus we'll just do it this way. Detailed directory. I don't know what it's called, so let's go take a look at our input. Arena and detailed. So detailed and arena. And now it should find all of these, I hope. No. I did it. Okay, problem solved. So now all we have to do is get rid of that, and get rid of that, and get rid of that, and that. Now we run this. It'll take forever. Sit back, just drink some water. Yeah. So this is going to construct like 18 spreadsheets and then compress them all. Yep. Great. Cool. Success. All right, you ready? So now we copy paste everything from here into here, and everything magically works. /W matches a word character. So I was doing this. So /W should be equivalent to A to Z, A to Z. Hey Aftem, when I left yesterday, you were just starting work on code splitting after upgrading. What's the status now? Were you able to do the splits? So I'm able to, but I haven't done them yet. What I wanted to focus on at first was just images, and I'm getting there. So as of probably right this very moment, yes, I just got bots rendering again. Thank goodness. I got them rendering in one place, and that's it. So yeah, when you refresh the page now, oh well, we got to get rid of that debugger. Yeah. So every time you refresh the page, you will just download enough images to be able to render whatever this random bot is. So take a look. We downloaded 3 pictures. And if I were to open up these 3 pictures, you'd see the headpiece there. So there's the headpiece. You see the mask for the headpiece there. Cool. Then we need the torso piece. I'm done with this game. But anyway, you can just imagine they'd be there. And I mean, it might be in a different image. So I think we only have 3. Yeah, it's probably going to download all 3 of these all the time, but it's not guaranteed to. So sometimes we'll save space. Yep, that time it downloaded all 3. And that time it downloaded all 3. So I should really change this at some point. Oh, that time it only downloaded 2 because it happened to find them on only 2 spreadsheets. So nice. Alright, see you, Rami. How do you do replays at Botland? Do you just save all the Redux actions and rerun them? No, so in Botland, Redux actions are only for UI related things. The game is going to be saved as a journal, and the journal contains things that are sort of like Redux actions, actually. Journals in Botland are something like this. Move bot number 1 right. Move bot number 2 up. Fire laser from number 1 at number 2. Like, regenerate life of number 2. 550, something like that. So this is what a journal looks like, and then we can just replay these later. Can't you just place it all on one image, or is there a limit? So there's a limit to the size that you, well, so the whole point of Spritesheets is so that you're not downloading millions of little images, and so that you're not putting every single image into one. It doesn't help you to put everything in here because you need to have it loaded all the time. So yeah, there's a limit to how many can fit in one Spritesheet. I could try to increase this, but then like the phone might kind of choke on some of these Spritesheets, and we have to work on these things differently. So yeah, the ones that are costing a lot of space are the detailed ones, and those no longer need to load at startup, which is awesome. That is one of the big things that I just did. So now how much is this? You guys don't even need to download, 1.6 megabytes worth of stuff now. And eventually I can make it so that this is the computer tile set that you see in the game. Eventually you only need to download this once you're looking at someone with this tile set. There's the jungle tile set, like you'll only need to download this when you're looking at that tile set. Oh, hey Quasi. How's it going? Thanks for the host. And that is quite a lot of viewers you had. So I'll say a couple of things right off the bat. Yeah, Hideo linked in that video that talks about what Botland is. There's also an FAQ, and there is a how to play. So the game is online right now. I can show you guys. This is enough people where I should probably just do a demo. So yeah, the UI is not done in the game. We're in alpha right now. And what I've been working on lately is making this page load faster, and then eventually I want to get back to the UI, so it doesn't look great yet. A lot of dead space on what spray? This one? Yeah. Unfortunately, you can't pack them interleaving. So yeah, Botland is a game where you are either an attacker or a defender, and your goal is to either defend or kill the CPU. And you do so using bots, which you make. So here I've got one with teleport, reflect, melee, and repair. And then you can write their AI if you want. So you could either write it in code, or you could just use these blocks. I could say something like, use melee, pursue an enemy, and repair yourself, or repair an ally. And actually, other than the last one that I just put in, let's just look at repair self. They're pretty understandable blocks of code. So you can see this on the screen. So Quasi, how'd the stream go? Oh, the background tile sprites. Yeah, those can probably be put into different sprite sheets eventually. Yeah, triple follow. Stupid phantom bot. Anyway, once you've done that, so to play the game at that point, you've already told your bots what to do. So at that point, you don't control the game anymore. and you just have it play out. And so in this case, my bots are moving when they hit the conditions to move. They're repairing themselves. They're shooting artillery. They can teleport and use melee. The graphics aren't all there yet. Fixed all the bugs. Nice. And yeah, thanks everyone for the follows. When you do follow, you'll get a whisper from my bot with a link to control my lights. If you think it looks like spam, just ignore it. That's totally fine. Hey, EOJ. Okay, so what I'm working on is cleaning up this. Oh, this is done, I guess. I wanted images to load in asynchronously. So I don't know if that's going to happen. All right, so let's take a look. We probably can't go too far into the game right now, because I imagine as soon as we click this, everything's going to just fail. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so that's the next step, though. In fact, maybe I should just check on this current step. The game will never have bugs again. So, Quasi, are you still working on the game you were working on before with the grappling hooks and everything? Because I've watched your stream before, and I saw you working on that one, and then I'm pretty sure you launched it, right? Assigned a value but never used. I find that very strange. Oh, because of how good colorized sprite works? Okay. We can change this. A Simbi. Don't you mean magic? Yeah, I do. Okay, so then in ComposeBot implementation, we had Pixie Wrapper. So that's gone. We can take a look at this now. And primary color and secondary color also aren't used, surprisingly. So when we call this .compose bot implementation, get rid of these two. All right, cool. So those linting errors should be fixed. Let's take a look. Are you using Xampp? No, I'm using Node.js for all this. We're on a new game, Shotgun Farmers. Oh, cool. Have you played Enter the Gungeon, Quasi? Because that game was full of gun puns, bullet puns, general weaponry puns. All right, so that's working. So these have all been fixed. So this is fix a bug where cosmetics data wasn't being added using the right names, I guess. Yeah, so we should check in just that as a fix. Let's go take a look. So that's this and this, I believe. That should be left the same way. Cool. So fix a bug on cosmetics data. Ever since I separated bot images into arena detailed folders. Yeah. Can you add an Easter egg? I mean, I could. I think Easter eggs in the age of the internet aren't as exciting as back when you had to find out about them through magazines. I recently did. Yeah, food is the best name. Okay, so this fixes this. So this bug was causing ComposeBot to fail. Not that it was working in past commits, but for the next commit. Alright. 2D cloud game. So split ComposeBot into an async function. All right, so we no longer cut this out. We also don't really need this code anymore. This used to just add every single sprite sheet. I don't think we need to do that. Yeah, why not? It's because a lot of bugs can creep in that way, and people don't generally test that. There was a bug a long time ago with what, the hidden pinball feature or something in Word 95? Food, the game, the movie, the book. Coming to an Xbox near you. Yeah, this is gone. Remove that. Turn this into a promised function too. Yeah, cool. This wasn't so bad. Not yet, at least. We're not done. And what did this return? Yeah. Error. Compose bot sync. So let's go comment that. Yeah. Synchronous function for composing a bot. You should only ever call this if you know for sure that your sprite sheets still need to figure out how I'm going to have this work for the game. Ansible Studios. That would be pretty great. Yeah. Probably just download all of the Arena sprite sheets, since we don't want to iterate over every single bot to figure out if we've downloaded it or not. Why are you standing? Sit down. Okay, so well, I'm like pretty close to banning you. Alright, and we got a bunch of, how many lines of comments? That, I would have to run this program again to tell you. Let's find out. Comments, 15,000 lines of comments. Actually, 15151. That's practically my username. And yeah, the keyboard's loud. It's like 4 inches away from the microphone. But hey, the life is yours. Alright, and compose bot and the implementation of these, which I think is worth writing down. This is where the synchronous and asynchronous functions converge. This, I mean, we could write that it's an object and it returns a pixie.container. No, it doesn't even do that. It returns an object. And that's what compose bot used to say. Ugh, but it doesn't. Found out the hard way yesterday when you called me. First heard you type, I almost died. Yeah, I wonder if this is actually just my microphone levels changed. Because every once in a while they just do that, and I'm not the one doing this. It's at 34. I think I usually have it set to 40 or 60. It's actually probably lower than it normally is. When I'm commenting, you're committing. It's 2 decibels louder. Yeah, so mostly I just got the login bot images working, and I set this up to work for the rest of it. Getting it to work for the Arena actually shouldn't be too bad. In fact, like I said, my original goal was just get this done by the end of today. And I think we can do that. They are normal? Okay. Yeah, 15,000 lines of comments. A lot of the time they're like type information, which isn't being used by anything else, but sometimes they've come in handy. So let's write this down. So fix the bug where cosmetics data wasn't used. We're done with that. And split compose bot into sync and async functions. The only place this is really being used for now is on the login screen to show a random bot. I still have most of the Arena rendering commented out. Alright. Okay, so let's check that in. Whoops, I closed chat. Wrong control W. There, it's back. I can see what you guys are saying now. Okay. So let's try to uncomment this and see where it's breaking right now, because we have a couple of just immediate returns. One is in render. We actually don't really want to do anything about that yet. Yeah, there's a return here that I think I'm just going to leave right now. And then there's setup Pixie. And this is what creates everything. This should work. In fact, even render should probably work. Let's just take them both out. Do we have any other ones? No, that might be it. All right, let's try it. Nope, it broke. Get sprite sync is not a function. That's unusual. When you were gone, we all agreed to riot if there isn't an Atom Day this week. You know, I'm actually pretty happy with Sublime 3 over Sublime 2. So get sprite sync was in the tile set. Tile set is where I commented this out. So this just turns into get sprite. Or we could write it here. It's fine. Okay, let's try that. Hey, Ketso. Try to get sprite sheet 16, but it wasn't loaded. Oh, right. In order, oh man. Yeah, we shouldn't do this on the login screen. This is going to be a bigger fix than I thought. Get the arena to render again. We should probably stop showing anything other than the arena, in fact. So something like in-game, we render, what, the blueprint selector? Let's just not do that. Yeah. Yeah, we can't have this happen. This is what's causing so many things to fail. Stop trying to create an arena when we're on the login screen. Only create it when we finally go into editing our defense or attacking someone. Me and Stack on your to-do list. Yeah, I know where this is happening. On a shorthand? What? I don't know what that is, Katso. So this is called from game finished, from setup arena and players, and from here. So what if we just deleted it from there? What would happen? Yeah, that. We're still going to try to load sprite sheets that we can't load. That's for the tile set. So it makes sense that at that point we should just try loading all of those. Sprite sheets necessary for it. So there should be something like ensure sprite sheets are loaded, and that should be done right before setting up this arena. I think we have something like setup arena and players. No, it's just when we make a simulation server. I need to make this an asynchronous function. Yeah, this won't work. So Control Shift P isn't what I'm using. That's for the settings over here. So I could do things like change word wrap. Control P is for switching files. For switching piles of lines of code. All right, I gotta think of how this is gonna work. Setup arena and players is called every time after the first one. So the first time we load the arena, setup title screen arena. This is done what, 4 times? So this I just commented out. This is inside AJ Louise. Regarding the arena background, are they all in one sheet? If not, I remember you saying it would be random, right? Maybe you could load them in a predefined order the first time until you have them cached, then randomize them. Right, they're not all in one sheet right now. So they're currently in 3 different ones. But then again, I'm not using these 2. This one was never colored, and then this one is not totally finished yet. So I'm only going to need to load this one. So we'll just do that. And then we need to load all of the bots and all of the miscellaneous artwork. So we need this function to be somewhere. Need something like ensure arena sprite sheets are downloaded. This should get the computer tile set, all arena bots, and the MISC tile set. Or the MISC sprite sheet. Yeah. Yeah, Mayor, I haven't been answering that question. It's one of the things on the FAQ. In order for this to work, though, I first need to make sure this is getting called from the right places. Set up arena and players. This is already... Oh, nope, it's not. I thought this was asynchronous. Oh, that's too bad. Okay, well, we still need to have an asynchronous function. What about this? Game finished. And that's it, actually. Okay, and where is this getting called from? When you join a game, find opponent, set up arena and players. Is this asynchronous? Yeah. Okay, so let's do it this way. Ensure, I'm just going to type exactly what I had here. So this needs to return a promise. The sprite sheets we need, we can just hard code for now. And it used to be main that would load these. So we actually need to look at the log of this file. This. Wouldn't it be better to start loading when you get to the home page? As 99% of the time you would only play and only ensure thingies when you click attack and defend? Yeah, but yeah, so I think it should be called once you hit the home page. But I think we need to make sure it's finished by the time you load the arena. Kick off the download of arena sprite sheets as soon as you've logged in, since you're going to need them anyway. Or not as soon as, after, right after you've logged in, since you're going to need them anyway. But make sure they're loaded by the time we get to the arena. Yeah. So yeah, looking at this code, we have this that was deleted. So for right now, we could do this. This is actually not totally correct. I think we want get or download sprite sheet. So all we need is the name of the sprite sheet, which is here. So this dot get or download sprite sheet name. So this is just going to download everything. This is not what we want to do, but it'll at least work. and we can test that it'll work by putting it right after authenticate to account server. In fact, we can just do this. There. So what'll happen is, and we can look at the network tab here, we log in. So I'm going to close this, and after we've logged in, it's going to download all of the sprite sheets. And that failed because I forgot to pass in the atlas JSON. This dot, oh god, what did this used to say? Well, it said something back here. Sprite sheet data. Got it. This dot that. Great. See you, Blu-ray King. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Have a nice night. I'll probably stream at some point tomorrow. Probably. I'm just not sure what. And today's stream will last for another like hour and 15 minutes. Did it work? I didn't even look. I screwed that up. Okay, let's try again. So I hit connect and it should download everything. Yeah, it did. And some of these were already downloaded, so it didn't try downloading them again. And now when we go into the arena, now it totally fails. So we're going to have to write that function better. Logger is not defined. Well, that's interesting. Why'd you choose Amazon over Heroku? You know, to be honest, I never actually considered Heroku. So I can't give you a point-by-point comparison. And I figured Amazon could definitely handle the scale that I want Botland to be at. So this can just be console.error. We just never included the logger. I'm kind of surprised about that, but it doesn't matter. So we connect, they download, we click, oh wow, it worked. Wow, that's pretty great. And granted, I hacked a lot together to get this to work. So it's not really working. But this is a step in the right direction. Yeah. Okay, we are one step closer. Sure, you loaded the sprite sheets necessary. So for now, I just hacked this together, but I need to specify the right ones in a smart way. The hack is that I'm downloading everything. All right, see you, Sewell. Okay. And then next up is getting this thing to render. This is where it's going to get a little harder. I guess we can attack and we can defend, and both of these are going to work. The thing we can't do is look at any of our blueprints, or maybe even we can probably watch replays. But yeah, anything that involves showing blueprints in the UI, I think is going to fail. I don't know if it's worth fixing yet. Actually, you know, the other thing that's going to fail is just clicking bots, right? Yeah, it just shows a broken image. I wonder what would happen if I got rid of this for now. Maybe it would just show that broken image thing everywhere. All right, thanks, Sewell. Let's take a look. Yeah, they're just broken images everywhere. That's fine. Okay, so we can fix that next, because this shouldn't be that hard to fix. It's the same patterns that I've had for everything else. Great. Yeah, great. Oh, we can't cancel out of here? 404 object promise? Yeah, that's fine. We can fix that next. At least the arena's rendering. All right, so let's fix this hacky code. Then I think we check in. Then I think we work on the broken images. No, I think we just check in. ensures that enough sprite sheets are downloaded to be able to enter the arena. Alright, make sure to change the comment on that to do. For now, I'm just hacking around this by downloading everything. I've considered using hot reloading. I tried once. It wasn't incredibly easy to set up, and I've just never done anything about it since. To kind of work around that, I've made it so that I could have it so that when I refresh the page, it automatically clicks this button and then this button for me, so that it's pretty fast to change things, but it's not instantaneous. So it's not perfect yet. All right. Yeah, cool. Let's commit this. So this should be gone completely. Did you want to get a token, Little Waffle? Oh yeah, and this is also called directly. Yeah, I gotta fix that too. This is just a hack for now so that we download spreadsheets as soon as we can. So I'm basically undoing all of the work that I just did in order to just get this to work for now, and then we'll be fixing it later. Get arena to render. A lot of this is propped up by hacks for now, but the arena does render. Any bot images in the UI fail to render for now, because I haven't converted them to use asynchronous code. Alright, well, I think the first step is to fix all colors of this. This is done, this is fine, this is fine, fine, fine. Yeah, this is not fine. Alright, blueprint selector icons. Yeah, let's have it auto log us in. Okay, so what's going to happen is when I refresh the page, it'll just bring us right back here immediately, or as fast as it can at least. Yeah, and we see this broken image up here. That's what we're going to fix. We're going to fix this the right way too, which is going to be nice. So we have get base64 image data, and this is done right in the blueprint selector. I wonder if it should be done by the icon. I kind of think it should be. It's on bay.cosmetics. Cosmetics are never passed into the icon. And they need to know to be updated as well. What's your to-do list implemented by? It's called Plain Tasks. It's just a plugin for representing text a little bit differently. Let's take a look at the icons. Yeah, this has some drag code in it. Let me think about this. It takes in the entire bay though, so I guess we do have cosmetics here. So we just passed in get base64 image data, then this could render main content. What is that? The bot image? Yeah. Hey Macy. Huh. This will be interesting. We're gonna fix two bugs at once actually. Yeah, give it another week, fix the poll. I think you'll just be like, oh yeah, that's normal. It's like speedrunners, right? You're probably super impressed by how they break the game and do everything super fast and how practiced everything is. And then after a couple of weeks, you're like, oh, he missed the jump. God, even I could have done that. It's only a matter of time before it happens in my typing. Okay, well, I'd like to fix two bugs. I do think it's going to take a little bit of work here. Draggable equals false class name. Okay. So we want this. This is in the components folder, so that should just work. Then we want to use it like we've done down here. Okay, so image source is going to be this.props.bay.cosmetics. And it needs to be something that we can do strict equality on, which we won't be able to because these are objects, right? And I guess this is fine. And this will be get base64 image data. So we just pass this in here. We don't collect the data ourselves. So we get rid of this and this and this. So then this will be gone. And it used to have bot icon image, no pointer events. Okay, will that work? That's a great question. I sure hope it does. No, it didn't. Get base64 image data is not defined. Oh, whoops. What did this used to say? This dot props dot get base64 image data. Yeah, there we go. Why do you have a keyboard cam? I got this like a year and a half ago. People were asking, hey, can we see what you're typing? So I thought, okay. And I got a keyboard camera. And that's it, Flaming Panda. Okay, that kind of worked. This is not totally accurate. I'm not sure what happened there. It's because there's another div in here. Some weird like margin problem. No, I'm not sure what's doing that. Yeah, what is causing this to happen? The width and height is set here. What if I, whoop, nope, that's probably still fine. What about this? I don't know what's making the bot so thin there. Should it be under the face cam? No, I think because of the size of the cameras that it should be where it is right now. Because otherwise I'd be blocking more of the screen with my face. Yeah, I'm not totally sure what's causing this. I'll have to keep taking a look. Wow, EJ. Oh, an inspector skin? Oh, I think you're talking about this, right? Also, what do I clone this element? So this is gonna, ooh, that doesn't work. This.refs.bot image. Oh man, there was a ref on it. I can't do that then, huh? Well, I mean, I guess I could. I would need to make a ref out of this. Thanks, Power Rangers. Okay. So yeah, the issue that I'm running into here is still the same, that I don't know why this thing is scrunched over to the right side. Oh, wait a second. Yeah, I do. That's because this is the only way for this to fit in here, right? Yeah, so how this used to look, it was stretched. I can show you. Yeah, see how this used to take up the entire thing? So the only problem is it's not centered. So that's what we got to fix. So if we take out the width and the height of this, that totally breaks everything. Yeah, alright, fine. We gotta change this. So yeah, cover is what it used to be. I still... there's probably some CSS I was using here that's gonna have to change. Bot icon image. What was this? Height, width, user drag, user select. Margin 0 auto. Oh yeah, I was just saying margin auto. What's the matter with me? Does it matter? What's happening? Someone's moving outside, I think. Background position, 50%, 50%. Oh. Thanks, Lee. What's the most viewers you've ever had at once? I think I've only crossed the 200 threshold a couple of times. It said Quasi hosted me with 389 viewers, but I didn't see the number jump above. Well, I didn't see it jump to 389. So I don't know what happened there. Hey, Mind Proxy. So yeah, probably low 200s, I think. But what's nice is that the numbers have at least been rising. If you take a look at the last 30 days, it's gone up 13 average viewers. I think this is almost entirely due to auto hosting too. So it's not even like by my own merits that this is happening, which is kind of sad. Oh well. It's background image. Yeah, so background position 50%, 50%. I wonder if I always want that to happen, because I could just put that, I could just put it here actually. What am I thinking? That didn't work. Oh, background position is set from whatever this is. Oh no. Oh no. That ident name thing isn't working. So I don't know what this name means. Background position, background, I see. I know what's going on. This is coming from this background position right. Why did I do that? Seriously, why did I do that? Contain background image is only used in 2 places. And this is the miscellaneous thing, so I think we just say no background position there. That'll hopefully fix that. Yeah, cool. But now in the store preview it might look wrong. No, I think it's still pretty much right. Yeah. Oh, that was what was controlling these. So they moved all the way over to the right side, I think. So I just broke that, if I'm not mistaken. How did this look? Yeah. I see. So the positions have totally changed. It's like a disco, look at that. Alright, let's go fix that. So the only other place this was is over here. Store preview image. background position right. There. So that should fix this. This should look just like how it used to. Everything's hunky-dory. Right? No. Not right. What? What did I do wrong? Bot icon image. This was background dash position right. This is background dash position right. What's going on? Yeah, it should be set from this, and it's not. Store preview. Oh, it's not store preview. Oh my god, that's why. Okay, well, at least problem figured out. Problem not solved yet. We need to figure out where this is. So it's store item image, store item background image. So right here. Yeah, that's what I meant to do. And that should fix everything? Yep. Yeah, cool. This would be super cool if the cosmetics ever looked like this. And yeah, hardware now looks totally different. All right, cool. It's working. It's working over here too. This looks way nicer than it used to. What's this? Reward them for watching your games on Twitch? This was inspired by Hunger Games, I'm guessing. Yeah, I'll have to look into this a lot later. Look into incorporating drops into Botland. Yeah, but so this bug is fixed, this stretched bot icons. It looks so much nicer. So now if we, oh, we can't do this yet. Yeah, look at that. That's how it's supposed to look. And when you drag it, it looks like how it's going to appear. It's perfect. Oh, man. It's all coming together. It's all finally coming together. All right, let's keep going with this. So blueprint selector is done. Blueprint selector icon is done. Blueprint footer. If I'm not mistaken, it's this. Wow. All right, I'm sorry. I'm still just blown away that this is working and it's finally coming together. It seems like all of my tasks for the last, I don't know, month have been these long things that I've needed to do for the course of a week, and then finally they work or they don't work. And hey, Kadoku, food needs that too. So we just have these left to fix, and some of these don't really matter that much, like those. So yeah, not too many more. Let's start. So blueprint footer, base 64 image data. This is for a bot icon. Bot icon is probably used in a lot of different places. We pass in bay.cosmetics and the bay itself. So we could change this to the same thing that we just changed, whatever that other one was. What was that called? Blueprint icon? Yeah. I needed to set draggable to false before. There. We want a speech? A speech for what? Yeah, Chris. Monday was a nightmare. Monday night took so long to fix everything. Man. Okay, so we want something along the lines of this. So we need a key up here. Let's take this. Why do I keep pressing the wrong keys here? There we go. Okay, so we need this on here. We don't have a way to get base64 image data. Not until we pass it in from whatever calls into this, blueprints footer. Oh wait, no, that's wrong. Yeah. Get base64 image data, and then cosmetics is just bay.cosmetics. Then there's a bot image with a whole bunch of stuff. We'll just ignore that for right now. And then this div had things like on select. Oh, it was a bot icon for. Oh, darn it. No, I did this wrong. I did this all wrong. Oops. Okay, backing on up. Yep, whoops. This was never supposed to happen. This was always supposed to be exactly the same. But instead of passing in base64 image data, we're going to pass in get base64 image data. There. Now bot icon changes. Right. So this is what we do. Good, perfect, perfect. Okay, good. This should be pretty much everything. All right, let's try it out. So we click this, and it doesn't work. Oh, what did I do wrong? Props.bay.cosmetics. Yeah, and then bot image. Yeah, it's not showing up though. Get base64 image data. Where do you get your chat then? Yeah, IRC. Yeah, I can't figure this out just yet. But I'll get to the bottom of this. I open the web chat and confirm. No, wait, it doesn't on IRC though. There's no plugin or something for whatever client you're using. How am I doing this wrong? Yeah, I can't think of this. We'll just have to put a breakpoint in here. Hey, mercenary. Okay, so let's go do one other thing. Immediately edit defense and edit first blueprint. So we'll refresh and it'll break in. We'll find out what happened here. It didn't break in. Oh, what? Promise was created in a handler but not returned from it. Get a download spreadsheet. Oh, I know what this is called. The bot podium. Just return null for now. returning null from bot podium. You know you can destructure some of your code where you keep referencing this dot props a lot in one function. Yeah, there was a reason a while ago, Snack Mix. I thought I wanted it to be explicit, so I would just manually do it, and then I've since changed that, but I never went back and updated the old code. So yeah, in a lot of my functions that you see now, something like this, for example, yeah, I'm now doing this. So I do know about destructuring. I just haven't updated the old code. But thanks for telling me, Snack Mix. All right, let's hope that this was just due to an error. No, it wasn't. Okay, well, let's go find out then. So spreadsheet dictionary, get or download. Return promise not resolve, return new promise. Resolve and reject. Return new promise. That's not right. Edit blueprint.render. This has a blueprint footer in here, yeah. But there's, oh, no. Yeah, well, in Snack Mix, I do want to refactor things at sometimes. It's just as the only developer on this project, it's either refactor or make progress. So I've got to be careful about how long I spend refactoring stuff. Plus sometimes the two are intertwined. Okay, so this is wrong. This can't happen. And this was used for the bot podium and apparently for the footer, which, oh yeah, this isn't going to be passed anymore, huh? Oh, so there's our problem. Blueprint footer is not even the right code, is it? Oh my god. All right. Yeah, that was stupid. That was stupid. Yeah, that was. I didn't realize I wrote two files. Okay. Yeah, this is just included directly here. This needs to be changed in a couple of places. Okay, so let's change them all. One is this. This should just be get base64 image data. And that's this.props.route. And this should be gone. And just so that it doesn't fail, base64 image data equals remove me. You should do this in NetBeans. That has a nice live debugger. I have so many things going on at this point that I doubt that would even work for me. But yeah, I don't think the debugging part of this is slowing me down too much. I don't mind doing things in Chrome. All right, so that needs to be removed at some point. This is now passed incorrectly. That means that this needs, where is it? This. So this never gets called. Nobody cares about this. So we put this in. And this. So instead of the image, we'll put in this generic image. So this .props base64 data. That was in the footer. I don't think we can do that. Bay Cosmetics. Do we pass that in? Bay name, base64 image data. Nope. Well, Bay Cosmetics. I had to sneeze. Antidote. Oh, it uses Chrome for debugging? Yeah, I'm still pretty happy with Sublime though. If you have two monitors, you can watch the code work as you code. Yeah, well, the other thing is, as a streamer, you can't ever really make use of two monitors for anything interesting, or at least not as a development streamer, because you guys would want to see the interesting stuff. So I would show my debugging on my one monitor that I'm streaming from. But I do have two monitors. Okay, so Bay cosmetics are being passed into the footer. The footer needs to specify that it can use them. Then in here we say that's the image source. We have this. Ref equals bot image isn't needed. And class name, do we have class names? Nope. Wow. And what class names do we really want here? We used to have edit, blueprint, footer image. I guess we do that. Then we get rid of this. Okay, let's try that out. Hey, it worked. Look at that. So the only thing we're missing is this isn't centered, but I don't actually know if you want it to be centered. Yeah, let's center it. I think that's fine. Background position 50%, 50%. So this will magically go from being here to being just a little bit over. Yep, there we go. Okay, so one more fixed. We have, I think, 2 others to fix. Was it ever centered? No, it used to be stretched. So if you go to play.bot.land right now, nope, there we go. And we edit one of these things. It used to just be stretched, and this looks terrible, as opposed to this. So if we get rid of this, they're the same bot now. So you can see the difference. So it looks much better now. And this is where I was saying we're fixing 2 bugs. Killing 2 bugs with 1 stone. So that one's done. Next is the bot podium and then the script part. Yeah, let's go fix that. So in edit blueprint, we have bot podium. Bot podium used to take this in. Now it should take in the cosmetics and the way to get data. Yep, and that means we no longer need this. All right. So Bay Cosmetics. This was never even passed in. Wait, no, maybe it was at some point though. Let's take a look. Yeah, in Blueprints, which isn't being used anymore. Hooray. Oh man. We need to delete this whole file. We need to delete it all. Yeah. Delete the Blueprints page altogether. It's too out of date to have it in the code base still. Also Blueprints, footer, etc. Yeah, I'm gonna override this because I don't think it makes any sense. So instead of Bay name, we'll say Bay Cosmetics. Thanks, Antidote. Yeah, the game is online right now if you guys want to play it. It's not in the best shape, but it's not bad either. There have been 488 games of Botland played today, which is pretty good. Definitely pretty good. In fact, if I go log in, I wasn't reading any of these things. Who is attacking me? I won that one. I won that one. Oh, I'm actually earning a decent amount of money now. So over the course of, where is it? You earned 14 Botcoin today. Nice. Nice. Yeah, sweet. Oh, and this is my defense with repair now too. So my bots will take... Oh, and I could probably have another chip now that I think about it. Yeah, chips too. I didn't put any chips in. Oh my god. Alright, let's put a chip there and a chip there. Save. You suckers. You'll never beat me now. Alright, let's go to phase 2. Yeah, so these bots slowly heal themselves. They also teleport up there. Nice. He doesn't even have any close range weaponry. Works out pretty well. Yeah. Wonder if I should nerf cloaking. Not that cloaking is even being used there. So Bay Cosmetics and then get Bay 64 image data. So we want to take the same thing. We get this, put this here. We get this, put this here. We go back to this file. Put that. So this did not have any class names on it, surprisingly. I think contain is going to be pretty important though. Okay, Power Rangers. I might be online tomorrow. I'm not sure when though. Yeah, you updated your defense 1 minute ago. But this is the wrong thing. I had to load this up. Hideo. Alright, there is nothing here. What happened to my something? Here's where it should be. Width 100 pixels, height 100 pixels. Hey, there it is. So we just need to give this a flex property probably. Oh, it's really only the height that matters. And even then that seems to be constrained. Oh no, I see what's going on. Because of the contain that we have. So this is what this could look like. When you have a replay and you make an update to the mechanics of how an item works, does it affect the replay and the outcome? Yeah, it would, which is why I wrote so much code around this function in validate last game version. When I upgrade game versions, one of the things I need to consider is, does this break replays? If it breaks replays, I call this function, and then this cancels all ongoing matches, wipes out all replays, and then wipes out all ongoing matches. And yeah, that's Oprah. So this used to have this, which probably had an image tag underneath it, which is not how I should have done these things. Yeah, max width 100%. So bot podium. Nah, I don't know what to say for that. Bot podium image. It just doesn't make any sense. I think we just put this here. Then we get rid of this, and in bot podium image, we say all of this stuff. This probably isn't even needed. It's still not working. What's going on? Also, whatever happened with... Hang on a second. Figure out how to get semantic class names back for less CSS. Okay, that's pretty funny, Zancro. I like that. Actually, hang on, let me see something really fast here. Yeah. This has been an image. It's been floating around. All right. Let's find out what's going on with the width of this thing. That's the worst form of that joke. That's pretty good. I think it's creative. Yeah, that's not going to help. All right. How do we fix this? Oh, this div has no... What? Where did that even come from? Where did that come from? There's a div here, bot podium. Bot podium should have flex set. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But if we... Oh, this doesn't have flex. Wait, yeah, where did this div come from then? There's a div here. Oh, if the name is set, which it can't be. So we can just delete this. That still doesn't make any sense. Yeah, no, because that was... Alright, I don't know where that's coming from. This thing. It contains the one with the image. So it's a parent of this. Is generic base64 image doing something here? Oh yeah, it's returning everything inside of a div. And that div has no height. So I guess I do need to wrap this in a div and give that something like bot podium image container and bot podium image. So the container is going to be the one. Where did any of this go? There. So this is the one with flex grow and flex auto. Then I don't know what this is going to need. Maybe just max width 100%. We'll test that out. Yeah, it's the nerdiest, definitely, that I've seen. And I've seen other ones. And I've seen the meta ones, too. I'm pretty up to date with memes. So yeah, this... Yeah, I gotta fix this one. This needs something like flex auto or width 100%, height 100%, height. I am not sure what's happening. This has no height now. Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. Maybe I have to pass in a class name when I want this to work a certain way. Because I can't think of how else I would get this to work. This div, this is taking up the whole thing because it has flex auto, so that's this. That's fine. But then its children has no height. I wonder if I put display flex on here and then I just had flex auto on here and flex auto on here. No, that doesn't do anything because I don't know why. Yeah, so I guess I need height 100% on this thing. Why the class name's so weird? They're getting mangled by my less loader. Okay, so now all I need to do is set the height on this to 100%. No, I need... Yeah, that's what I need to do. He is not a web designer. I'm definitely not a web designer. It looks okay. It's just, I don't know how I'm supposed to get this thing to work. There's a div underneath this that's getting added. Okay, well, here's what I could do. I could say display flex for this. Then there could be... Oh, good job, Mercenary. Image candidator div can just have flex auto. Setting flex grow is not necessary. Actually, it probably is. And then this div is what we need to pass in to this. And then generic base64 image can take in a class name optionally. And if it's set, it can set that on its own div. And we can just default it to nothing, probably. Let's see if that works. Hey, cool. There's our bot. Nice. This is a glowing review from Mercenary USA. This game is kind of fun. Does the find enemy script have a max distance? Yes, it is your vision range. And I will tell you more about that in just a sec. So by default, your vision range is 5. So find enemy will find it up to 5 tiles. But you can call activate sensors and it'll increase up to 7 tiles away. Well, it'll increase by 2. So that it's a total of 7. So yeah, there are a couple of things that affects. One is, of course, you can't necessarily see these enemies. But the other thing to consider is that your pathfinding is going to be different. So your pathfinding at any time only considers what's in that range of vision. So if this is your bot and there's a circle here, and let's say there was a wall right here, and you're like, oh, I want to go to this destination, your bot is going to go up. And the reason why is because it doesn't know the wall's there. But by moving up, that's going to change this to something like this. Now the wall will be in range. So now I'm not actually sure what it's going to do because it still can't see a path to its destination. But anyway, that's just so you know. Pathfinding is not supposed to be a huge deal in Botland. You'll eventually have some obstacles you'll have to path around, but like there aren't a ton of them. Yeah, no mercenary. That's totally fair. I was just teasing you a little bit. I think things are going to start to come together a lot toward April. I just hired a sound designer, and he won't be free until March, like mid-March. But then we'll start to get some sound effects. I'll start to look more into music. I actually just tested out the capability for that stuff. We're getting in more graphics in the game. The gameplay's coming together a little more. I'm fixing some bugs. Yeah, there's a lot of changes in the pipeline. And UI, I'm going to spend some time on UI coming up in the next week. As soon as I'm done with this stuff, I think that's when we'll do it. Because yeah, cleaning up this page just to look like this page. This looks so much better. There could be some really cool effects I do eventually. Like, one of the things you see here is kind of a translucent set of bots in the background. Imagine if on this page your arena was in the background and it just started auto playing one of these replays, and you're like, you see this in the background basically. You're like, wait a second, what? Like, I'm getting beaten. Like, you could click and then it would take you into replay mode and you can actually take a look at what's going on. Now, this is not actually me being beaten. This is called synchronized dancing. Botland version. Because these bots don't do anything. The reason why is because they don't have any hardware on them. Hey, Don. Okay, so that's a way we can get this working. So now there's one last, no, there are actually a couple of places still. I still need to go take care of the rest of these, huh? So there's blueprint info panel, and there is script edit. Man. All right, I'd like to at least finish this today. I would normally have, about 18 minutes left in the stream. If this goes beyond 18 minutes, I guess I'll stay for that. But yeah, I'm at the edge of my productivity right now. So let's go to these couple and figure out what's going on with them. So get base 64, where is this? Here. Okay, so same thing as before. We don't care about these. And we don't care about these. So what is this? This is one I got done with. This is one I got done with. This doesn't matter because it's not in the game. This is done, so I can delete this. This is done. This is done. What? Create store item. Store is done. Yeah, that's done too. That's done. That's done. Blueprints doesn't exist. It's done. That's done. In game, what does this pass to? Blueprints? Blueprint selector. Oh, this is broken. Blueprint info panel. Yeah, so that's one that's still broken. And then, well, that too. That's broken as well. And script edit. And that's it. So just these two locations. ingame.js and scriptedit.js. Hey, I'm surprised that spoiler turned out to be true. I wasn't sure. Man, I think I need to stand with my shoulders farther back. Why is chat so dead? It's toward the end of the day. Everyone in Europe fell asleep, except for you, Pro Sam. What's your goal for release? Do you mean feature-wise or timeline-wise? So in general, I have a bunch of features that still need to be done. Those are all described in the design document. And so I think if you check this out, it'll answer the first one. Timeline-wise is sort of when it's ready. So I'm aiming for summer. But the more I think about it, the more I think that if we have apps, they're going to be really, really basic apps. Yeah. All right, well, good to see you guys come out of the woodwork. Yeah, so some of the things that are missing from the game right now, there's a lot of variety that's missing. So chips, we only have 4 of them, and I don't know if they're balanced or anything like that. All of the missions are missing. And real money purchases need to be in at some point. And then there are little things that need to be fixed, like forcing you to own as many cosmetic items as you are trying to use. All right. So let's go fix this panel. We don't need to edit a blueprint anymore. Okay, so there are these 2 calls, and then we just immediately return from there. So now it's the info panel itself that's going to learn how to get this. And we will just pass it the cosmetics and the colors. Is there a Thursday stream? There probably will be. I'm not sure when, and I'm not sure what the content will be. It might be me playing a game. It might be me tackling a to-do list. The only thing I really have planned for tomorrow is getting a haircut. It's gotten a little unmanageable. So primary color and secondary color are always taken from the bot, which we have right here. So we only need the cosmetics. And then here we take them from this. And then we pass all of that stuff into here, which already has a ton of information in it. So primary color and secondary color. Then base64 data won't exist any longer. I'm tomorrow here, do I win? You know, I totally did not understand what you meant by this. It's tomorrow here, I guess. But yeah, you don't win. Like I said, there should be some penalty for that. Yeah, it's like trying to use Atom Troll or something in someone else's channel. Ifo, I don't know if you're familiar with that, so I'll just explain briefly, although you probably are familiar with it. But when you subscribe to someone's channel, you can use their emotes on any channel in Twitch. So, who is it? The Life is Yours is subscribed. It's okay, so cosmetics, primary color, and secondary color. And then also get base64 image data. So this doesn't need to exist here. And then this was this.props.route.get base64 image data. So blueprint info panel. We pass in these. And now we follow what I did for bot icon. So there should be an image down here somewhere. Where is it? Here. So image source, this.props.cosmetics. Got that, got that. Then what classes did we use? Edit, blueprint, footer, bot image. All right, how does that work? Does it work? Antidote. Hey, it does work. Nice. So if we hit test and we click a different bot here, yeah, those are the wrong colors. Those are definitely the wrong colors. That's not white and blue. Well, that's a mistake. So how do we fix that? Oh, we never passed in colors. Oh no. All right, this will be a little harder to fix. Yeah. Any reason why you type out some of the messages on Twitch? No, there really isn't. Just whatever I feel like. Sometimes if I think someone wants to refer to it later, or if I think they're not a native English speaker, but this time it was just, I just felt like it. Okay, so here's where load base64 data. This is actually going to need to change a little bit. So that it's... Oh, we can't do this, can we? No, we can't do this. Wait, yes we can. Yeah. So let's try that. Antidote, did you try it? And hey, Habib Zombie. Why do you keep using the same face? Alright, well at least I'm wearing a suit in the picture. Thanks, Hideo. Oh, you haven't tried it? Okay. Well, yeah, if you want to try it, it'll be online for another probably 10 minutes. Then I'm going to have to shut it down for about a day, and then it'll be online probably Friday, actually. I should never, I should never have made that face. It wasn't even a kissy face, it was just me saying, ooh. Alright, so let's try this out. Can we get the right colors now? Nice. Yeah, perfect. Ooh, got it. I see no one has upgraded their board. I don't think that's true. I don't think many people have probably done it, but I'm pretty sure some people have done it. Let me take a look. So if we do select computer level, comma, name from users, order by computer level, descending, you can see that, what, 6 people? 6 people upgraded their computer level. The alpha has only been online for, what, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday, so a total of 3 days. And you're only allowed to get 8,000 experience points per day, and that's how much you need to upgrade to the level above the starting one, which happens to be 3. And then after that, I'm not sure how much you need, maybe 16,000. So it's only really possible to maybe be level 4 as of today. And so there are a few people who are level 3. And other than that, the game doesn't really tell you you should upgrade. So Truck Car, that's the biggest problem, is there's no UI right now telling you, hey, did you know you're at the maximum amount of experience? And if we do this, select experience, order by experience. So all of these people are eligible to upgrade, but probably don't realize it. Well, and you're there too, Truck Car. Actually, no, Liquidor realizes it. And then there are some people who are close to 8,000. But once you do hit 8,000, you just can't go above 8,000 until you upgrade. So you actually hit a wall. So I definitely need to make it clear. Oh, wait a second. You start at 4,000. I said the numbers wrong. You can only get 4,000 per day. So is it worth upgrading? It's actually, I think the only thing you really should get by upgrading is just more fun, really. So let me link this to you, Truck Car. This, upgrading a computer. So this is what's modified by upgrading your computer. You start at level 2, which gives you 8 bots and 1 chip. And by upgrading, you get 9 bots and 2 chips. Oh, actually, I forgot. I changed this too. You're actually allowed to get more bot coin every day. But in general, yes, you increase the amount of stuff you can have, but the attacker also increases the amount of stuff they can have. So your win ratio in an ideal world would stay the same. That's probably not going to be true because I haven't fully balanced everything yet. Okay, so this is working. So we have one more thing to fix. One more thing. And that's it. Script edit. This is the holy grail of finishing this commit. Alright, so let's take a look. So where did we use this data? Just in here. Okay, I really should have made another component for this, but I didn't, so that's alright. We can just do this up here. Generic base 64. Put this next to it. Class names. Cool. Can't resolve generic. Oh, right. Okay, that worked. Now we take this. script edit icon bot image. Base 64 data. Base 64 data was obtained by this function using serialized cosmetic loader. There we have it. So hopefully that works. Let's try it out. No gambling feature, no. So when I click this, hey, there's our bot. Cool. So now you have at least a way of knowing which bot it was. This used to not look so weird, right? Or did it always look like this? Because this looks weird to me right now. Yeah. Something's wrong. That trash button used to be to the right of this. Now it's not. I guess because it's a div and it used to be an image. Oh, that's why. So we actually want this to display inline. I don't know if that's going to totally screw everything up. Let's just try changing it to display inline. Display inline. Inline block. There, that's almost perfect. There are a couple things we got to change there. And which div is that? Yeah, we need to just pass this in there. So let's get a misc. Display inline block. So that should fix problem number 1. And then problem number 2 is this is not centered. So let's try problem number 1 at least. When you came up with Botland, did you just quit your job straight away? No, I actually came up with the idea for a totally different incarnation of Botland like 7 years ago at this point. So I'd been working on it on and off for many years, different incarnations. There's a Python version, a Java version, a C# version. And then I don't remember exactly how it happened that I quit my last job. I think I was talking to my wife about like, hey, I'm not learning anything in my job anymore. Like, what do you think I should do? And then she said, well, look, you've been talking about this prototype for Botland for so long. Why don't you start your own company? So, yeah, thanks to her, I thought, yeah, maybe I should do this now. And there's something kind of in general that I learned, which is that I don't think you'll ever feel like you're ready for something. I think no matter where you are in your life, you kind of hit this equilibrium with how much work you're doing and how much fun you're having and how much money you're spending and all this other stuff, to the point where breaking that equilibrium is pretty tough. So thankfully I did end up quitting my job, and I'm massively grateful for everything that's happened since then. I mean, having you guys here on the stream, just being able to work on this, it's been great. Will you ever hire people? That's all dependent on getting money. So there are contractors working on the project. In fact, I did just hire a contractor yesterday. But will I ever hire employees? I can't really do that without money. And I'm pretty much at the end of the budget right now. Okay, so we just need to fix this. All the memes, don't forget those. So previously, this was positioned on the left. Now it'll be positioned in the middle. So we click this, and there it is. It's in the middle. So just like how it used to be. Well, no, it was stretched before. Oh, also there's one other bug. Yeah, this is pushed way down for some reason. Why? I'm not sure what's causing this. How could you and how do you afford to do it? Do you apply for funding, or how can you afford to still live and eat and everything? So that's on the FAQ info. I mean, I'll point it out to you, but how are you affording to work on this? It's a pretty small sentence. I had savings, that's what's paying for Botland, and my wife has a job, and that's what's paying for the day-to-day stuff. Am I standing up? Yeah, I am. Alright, well, I'm not sure what caused this. I'm not sure how to fix it since I don't know what caused it. One of the things we could take a look at is what's different here. Oh, you know what's different? I think it's that... I think it's one... What if we just deleted this? What would happen? No, there's still a gap there. What is causing this gap? It's probably the flex property on something. Because, yeah, this has a height higher than what I would expect. Maybe it's... No, I don't know. No, I'm not standing for 8 hours a day. I've been standing and sitting throughout the day. Every 30 minutes someone asks that. Well, that's why I had that desk gif. Yeah, I'm still not sure where this height is coming from exactly. It's just the div itself. Does it have flex on it or anything? Font size. So if I just set the height of this to like 50 pixels, no, it doesn't do anything. Wait, yes it does. What? Are the image on the same size on local and live? Well, I just deleted the image though. I mean, I could try this. We could close all those. I could set this to not display at all. Yeah, so I could change this to just return null. There. And now there's not going to be anything that shows. Let's try it out. What is the number 4841? I don't know. What are you talking about? Was it some height that was showing up here? Could not edit. Oh my god. It's probably because of that I had this trying to return null here. Which I don't know why that would happen. Maybe it's just be an empty string. No, it still says cannot edit. Okay, let's just get rid of this for now. Let's delete the whole thing. Oh, the number, that's the amount of Botcoin that I have. I just don't have a graphic for that yet. What? Behind your keyboard cam? You can check the dimensions padding margin of the header container? Oh, I see what you're saying. You should be able to spot the difference with the live version. Yeah, you're right. That's a good idea. Yeah, that gap is there regardless of whether the image is there or not. All right, so let's do it this way. Let's refresh this. So I'll swap what sides these are on. It's going to be very weird for me. Does that change sizes with the page being laid out differently? Okay. So yeah, inspect this. We have this div. The height is 64 pixels. It's this div that has 64 pixels actually, and this is the one with Flex Grow, I think. It doesn't have Flex Grow. Minimum height is 45 pixels. Let's just set the height to 45 pixels. Whoa, okay, that was weird. I think it's because there's a transition on something, yeah. There's a transition on all of that. Wow. Huh. So it is the height on this. Fortunately, I don't know class names anymore. I'm gonna have to figure that out. Is this coming from... No, I don't know. I don't know what's causing that. I was not expecting that animation. Yeah, there's a transition set on this. Oh, height is set to 7%. What is the height set to over here, though? Height here is 35 pixels. So this isn't even respecting the minimum height property, apparently. Or it doesn't have the same... Oh, whoops, I'm on the wrong div. Height is 45. And height here comes from 7%. So they're both set to 7%. I wonder if this has to do... No, what weird. Yeah, I don't know. That's strange. All right. I don't know. I don't know what's causing a difference here. However, one thing that's interesting is that this is hashing the names the same way regardless of whether I'm on production or not. So I wonder if I just screwed up the less loader. If is production, ident name equals this. Whoops, that was supposed to say if not production. Oh my god. Alright, well that fixes one bug, not the one that I was trying to fix right now. But now we just go restart this and we get our friendly names again. Are you sure the images are not larger on live so it stretches it down, and on local no image or smaller image so it makes it not shrink? Yeah, it might be something like that. I'm just not positive. Hey, Dan. Okay, well now we have our proper... Okay, yeah, well, let's go write this down. Figure out... I reversed a condition in my Webpack config so that I was using friendly names on production. So now we can see where these things are coming from. This is coming from pregame header in a .less file right here. Minimum height 45 pixels. You know what, if I just set max height to 45 pixels, this might just fix it, but not really in a smart way. Yeah, that's good enough for now. Right? Yeah. Eventually that needs to be changed. Yeah, we'll fix that later. Alright, so that's done. And that should be everything. So let's go lint everything. Let's also get some stats on Botland. We had 500 games played today. Nice. And we were online for 487 minutes. Just set the height instead of min and max. You're not the boss of me. Yeah, we'll get back to that afterward. Space before brace. That's very in my face. And what's this? Property ordering is not alphabetized. Did it. No more linting errors. All right, I'm not going to actually check this in yet. Yeah. So where I left off, I just need to clean up the code and check in. Yeah, then before we get to putting the game online on Friday, there's something else I'm going to have to fix. But I think that's all I can really tackle today. I've been online for 8 hours and 12 minutes. Alright, who are we going to host? I'll probably let auto host pick it up. Actually, no, I'll host Hardly Difficult. Yeah. Alright, thank you guys for watching. I think today was pretty productive. Also, we had an increase in subs. That's pretty nice. I'll probably stream tomorrow. I'm not sure when. And then I'll definitely stream on Friday for another 8 hours. And I'm going to shut down Botland too. So take care. I'm leaving you guys with HD. Say hi to him. And see you on Friday. Or maybe tomorrow. So bye.